Hazelden.
Your Honour, Mr Burley's in the witness box. Can I just inquire whether Mr Burley has volume 11 there?
11, yes, sir.
Thank you. Could you please go to tab 76?
Mr Hazelden, just before we start, can I just say in advance that I'd like to break a little bit earlier for the morning adjournment today at, say, 11:25. There's going to be a smoking ceremony performed downstairs to celebrate Reconciliation Week, and we're doing it a week early. And everyone's welcome to attend. It's going to be outside the court at 11:30, and then it'll be followed by a morning tea on level 1. So if we could just break it a little bit earlier so that it commences at 11:30, but we can resume as we normally would at 12 o'clock.
My pleasure.
Thank you.
Mr Burley, could I ask you to go to the last page of the document, which is your second statement behind tab 76, please, which was the map.
The map, yes.
Yep. That we concluded your evidence on yesterday. I just wanted to finish off, if I could, please, just some of your markings and what they mean. We got to Mount Wilson's Road, and you noted that there was a time there at 12:35, which showed the extent of where the backburn had progressed to that point in time, correct?
That's correct.
And then you identified below the time entry of 12:35 that the 4 red dots indicated active fire edge.
Correct, sir.
And do I understand that that was at 14:20 hours or 2:20 p.m?
Yes, sir.
And then, as you've already touched upon in your evidence thus far, that adjacent to the right-hand side of the 12:35 time entry is a red cross in a circle, and that indicates spotting.
Yes.
And that was the spot over to which you've referred already in your evidence and in your statement. And do we see a time entry there for 14:49?
Yes.
2:49 p.m. Did you make that entry at about that time, 14:49, or?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
And then, whilst we're still on the map, one sees a series of red circles shaded in, or red dots, that progress up through that area that's known as the Bowen Creek Basin in a generally northerly direction towards the village of Mount Wilson. Do you see those?
Yes, sir.
Is that to indicate, again, active fire?
Yes, sir.
And was that at some point after 14:49?
Yes, that was later in the afternoon.
Right. And do you know at different points in time where that edge was by reference to this map or not?
No, not really. That edge was established when I undertook a reconnaissance flight in the Firebird 287, and I plotted those from air to ground.
And about what time was that aerial observation made?
I think that was around about 17:30, maybe 1800.
Much later in the day?
Yes, sir.
All right. And by that stage, and we'll come to this shortly, by that stage, had the relevant crews that were part of the backburn then retreated into our defensive strategy to protect life and property around Mount Wilson and perhaps Mount Irvine?
That's correct.
All right. Just finally, if I may, Mr Burley, there's a series of black dots that run from Mount Wilson's Road heading towards the Bowens Creek. What do they depict?
They represent the overnight edge, or the edge of the fire first up in the morning on the next day, on the 15th of December, and that was by estimate of the Air Attack Supervisor, Chris Banfi, marked that onto my map.
And was that done on the 15th by Mr Banfi?
Yes, sir.
And if you look at the top right-hand corner, do you see 15/12, perhaps depicting 15 December in black handwriting?
Yes.
And then is it 0800?
that looks to be the time.
And does that say to you that the observations in relation to the progression of the fire overnight was made at perhaps 8 o'clock in the morning?
That's correct.
On the 15th of December?
Yes, sir.
And then, just to round things out, if I may, if you follow Mount Wilson's Road in a northerly direction from the corner with Bell's line of road, just before one gets to Mount Wilson, there's some black handwriting below a series of red dots to indicate active fire edge. What's that?
That's indicating fire and rescue were in attendance at that property there. That was the first and only property along on the western side of Mount Wilson Road, and what the incoming strike team from fire and rescue were undertaking property protection at that point, so I just noted that on my map.
Thank you. I now want to return, if I may, to what was unfolding on Mount Wilson Road and also perhaps the Bells line of road around midday. You'll recall yesterday that midday was about the time that there was a noticeable change in conditions.
Beginning in change.
Beginning of a change, thank you. And then at about that same time, we have the Hills district coming in as the first swing shift.
They were a little bit later, my understanding. It was probably about 12:30, moving towards the 1300 mark.
Now, could just remind Her Honour, at about that time, 12:30, when the swing shift, that is the Hills districts, arrived, October sector was split in two, October sector north, October sector south. Why was that?
That was to facilitate the movement of the Blue Mountain strike team into the Mount Wilson village, with the purpose of bringing the backburn in a southerly direction on the western side of the village and down Mount Wilson Road. The Hills strike team was to replace the operation that Blue Mountains crews had been doing down on the southern end of Mount Wilson Road, western side.
And as you touched upon in your evidence yesterday, Elizabeth or Beth Rains was the October North Sector leader. Who was initially appointed as the October South Sector leader? Was it Mr. Ellison or Mr. Jazanix?
I'm unclear as to the changeover for that sector leader. My understanding, by recollection, is that the Hills strike team leader was to assume that role of the new sector boss. But there does appear to be a transition time where Peter Ellison had assumed command there for a short time.
And what brigade was Peter Ellison from?
He's from Mount Tomar Brigade, I believe.
And in terms of the coordination or the operation that was unfolding, did that changeover where there was perhaps some uncertainty, if there was, in relation to sector leader, have any bearing on the management of the backburn?
No, not at all, because I was still consistent in terms of my management overall, and the sorting out the who's who in the zoo was a transitional period for a very short period of time, but it did not affect the operation at all. No.
Now, by this time, 12:30 or thereabouts, when October sector's been split, you've got the Hills crew that have arrived as the first swing shift. By that stage, had you had much to do by way of communications with Mr. Banfi as the air attack supervisor?
I don't recall any conversation from air to ground, but that would be a normal occurrence and nothing outstanding for that to happen. I do recall, though, Mr. Banfi landed his aircraft to the what would be the southwest of the intersection of Bell's Line of Road and Mount Irvine Road intersection, and we had a face-to-face meeting.
I'll come to that shortly. I'm just wanting to get a sense, and if you don't remember, please say so, as to whether there were any particular communications that you had with Mr. Banfi up to the point where the Hills crew has arrived that stands out in your memory today.
No, the only notation that I do have is when I heard that 287 was going for fuel, and I'd made a notation in my diary about one of the aircraft going for fuel, but there was no standout. No, so.
Nothing comes to the forefront of your mind this morning of any particular concerns that may have been raised by Mr. Banfi in relation to either the progression or the management of the backburn prior to the Hills District crew arriving?
The only notation is that the comment from Chris had been that he felt that the crews on Bell's Line of Road were progressing perhaps a little bit too faster than the crews relative to Mount Wilson Road. I concurred with that, and we'd already given directions to the crews on Bell's Line Road to slow up. So, but yeah, my recollection is that we were all on the same page.
Now, after October sectors being split, up until the point that you remember Mr. Bamfy landing his aircraft and having a face-to-face conversation with him, how would you describe the prevailing weather conditions and also the progression of the backburn?
Still conducive for backburning. It hadn't deteriorated to a point where it was causing any major issues at all.
At some point, did it start to behave in a manner that raised your index of suspicion that the fire could get out of control?
Between 1300 and 1330, probably more towards the bottom of the hour, things were starting to wake up a little bit for sure in terms of the fire ground. At that point, though, I wouldn't have thought that we were going to lose control, but certainly, lose control is not a good word to use. At that point, I didn't anticipate that the fire was going to cross Mount Wilson Road at that time, but certainly once we'd moved into 1400, 1450, 1430, my concern levels were certainly up.
Before we get to 1400, so in that period, perhaps between 1 and 2 p.m,
yep.
1300, 1400, do you have a view as to what was driving that change of fire behaviour that was starting to elevate somewhat your concern?
Yeah, certainly a change in wind direction, swinging more around to the south from the southeast, a discernible drop in relative humidity and a rise in temperature as well, and observations of the smoke changing in colour, getting a deeper, grey tinges in there from the white smoke that we'd seen earlier on. It was starting to get a bit of colour in it, which is a strong indicator for any firefighter that fire behaviour is starting to pick up. A noticeable increase in flame heights, as I mentioned yesterday, with sort of 2 to 3 metres and occasional torching. Or crowning, I should say.
Those observations that you've just given evidence about, were they across the whole fire ground where the backburn was, or was it more towards the Mount Wilson roadside or the Bells Line of roadside?
In the period round 13:30 or 13:30, probably more on Bells Line of Road, on some of those ridges that were running parallel. Starting to get a little bit on Mount Wilson Road, but certainly Bells Line of Road at that point was where the more activity, but it wasn't ever pressuring the Mount Wilson Road area.
And do you have a memory today as to when the fire, that is ignition, was stopped? That is putting new ignition into the backburn.
Shortly after 1400 is my understanding.
And why was that decision made?
Fire activity at that time escalated to a point where we felt it was pertinent that we just hold for a period of time and take stock of where we were at. Certainly post 1400, things were starting to move around on that on the Mount Wilson Road section of the backburn, to a point where it was a good idea just to hold the activity for the present and take stock.
When that decision in the early part of around 2 p.m. to hold and to take stock, was any decision made to increase resources in the event that perhaps the backburn got away and went east of Mount Wilson Road?
My understanding, yes, that was, and the fire and rescue strike team was becoming available. I'm not clear on what time they actually arrived, but my recollection is we had another swing shift type crew coming in from fire and rescue, so we had a degree of increase in resources from that capability.
At this time, did you still have, as an available resource, the use of the 3 aircraft?
Yes, yeah. I'm not sure how many of the aircraft were actually operational. Aircraft tend to come and go with fuel cycles, and I couldn't be clear as to how many were operating over the fire ground between 1,400 and 1,500, for instance.
Now, you've said a moment ago that you have a memory that Mr. Banffy's aircraft landed on the southwestern side. Was that on the Bells line of road?
Yeah, just to the western side of Bells Line of Road.
Right. In that area where the Dalpura sector was operating?
Well, just at the beginning of the Dalpura sector. So if you came straight out of Mount Wilson Road and drove straight across Bells Line of Road, you bump into where he landed his aircraft.
All right. And have you yourself, in your experience as an air attack supervisor, ever landed an aircraft to go and speak to either the divisional commander or divisional operations officer?
Numerous times. It's a solid practice. It's a standard practice. An air attack supervisor is just another sector that's operational for the divisional commander. They're not a separate identity that's doing their own thing. They're just another part of the puzzle that's working for the DivCom. So it's essential that the air attack supervisor has a direct liaison. Now, a lot of the time he can't land, but if it's possible to land at least once a day, maybe twice a day, just have that face-to-face. It's just always a better rapport is established, and those little intrinsic things, the detail comes out. And so certainly every day of the week. And also the offering of a flight for the DivCom is always encouraged as well.
Were there any difficulties throughout the course of the day, so far as you were concerned, Mr. Burley, between communications between either you and Mr. Banffy, or from your observations listening in, between Mr. Carter as DivCom and Mr. Banffy as the AAS?
No, none at all.
The comms were operating normally?
Yes, sir.
And just picking up what you said a moment ago about the practice based on your experience of an air attack supervisor landing, if possible, to speak face-to-face with the DivCom. From your experience, at least, does that enable the air attack supervisor to interrogate with the DivCom what they're seeing by reference to a map?
Exactly. And that's what took place in the face-to-face meeting, is that I had my map, as part of the evidence here today, and that we compared notes as to where is it. Yep, that's where I've got it. And yeah, everybody was referred to, literally on the same page. The extent of backburning that I had mapped was in agreement from Mr. Banffy of his.
Right. Do you have a memory today of how long that interaction between yourself, Mr. Carter, and Mr. Banffy took?
Possibly 5 or 10 minutes, not a protracted time at all. The aircraft had shut down, so yeah, we would 5 or 10 minutes only.
Was he the pilot, to your understanding, or was there a pilot?
No, there's a contract pilot, no.
And do you know why it was he's landed and wanted to engage with either yourself or Mr. Carter?
Sorry, I didn't quite hear the question.
Do you know why it was Mr. Banffy decided to land and to have that interaction with yourself or Mr. Carter?
To have that physical interaction, that face-to-face meeting, that standard practice operation, yes. And
do you remember today any concerns raised by Mr. Banffy in relation to what he was seeing in the air?
No, I don't. And we were all happy with what the situation was at that point in time. I recall no undue concerns being raised by Chris at that point.
If there were concerns raised, was it your practice at that time to record any concerns
Oh, most certainly, yes, most certainly.
Did he tell you, again, if you remember, anything that you didn't already know from your own observations moving around the two sectors?
No, sir.
And doing the best you can today, do I understand your evidence that this face-to-face conversation with Mr Banfi occurred sometime after 2 p.m?
No, this was earlier in the day. This was around probably 12:30ish, something like that, yeah.
And why do you say that?
Because the fire behaviour at that time was still, the fire was still behaving at that point in time. If we'd had that conversation, that face-to-face, at 1400, the conversation would have been in a different context.
Well, just on that hypothetical, if the conversation took place after 2 p.m, but before the spot over, could it be possible that Mr Banfi raised concerns he may have in relation to the observations he was making in relation to the Blackburns' behaviour?
I apologise, you lost me a little bit then.
No, I withdraw the question. If your conversation with Mr Banfi occurred after 2 p.m, but before the spot over,
Yes.
just giving you some orientation, based on what you know today, is there a possibility in your mind that he could have raised concerns about the behaviour of the Blackburn so far as he saw it from the air?
I'm sure he would have. And at that time I had concerns as well, as we've already discussed, yes, sir.
But you have no memory today as to precisely when you had the conversation with him. But your sense is it was perhaps around 12:30.
Correct, yeah, that's right.
You made no log of that conversation?
No, because it was a standard operation and nothing outstanding to note from the conversation.
Now, as you've already said, after 2 p.m, the fire started to behave, can I say, more erratically?
Yes, sir.
Flame height increased.
Flame height increased.
You're seeing more crowning.
Yes.
Had the wind picked up?
Yes.
And in that period of time after 2 o'clock, is it fair to say you had concerns that the fire could spot over to the eastern side of Mount Wilson Road?
Yes, sir.
And having recognised that possibility at least of a spot over on the eastern side of Mount Wilson Road, what did you do in response to that internal concern that you had?
I was very concerned with the potential, and instead of looking overall on the fireground, I really focused in on the Mount Wilson Road area and going to that lookout point that I identified yesterday underneath the power line easement, looking in there, watching for the fire behaviour, looking for changes, looking for the potential, making sure the crews were safe, making sure that everybody was dialed in and not, taking photos, and making sure that everybody's switched on, everybody's paying attention.
Having reflected, no doubt, since the 14th of December, what could you have done differently to try and avoid that spot over?
I've reflected on that a lot, and well, the only thing we could have done is do nothing, and that wasn't an option. I don't believe there was anything that we could have done differently within the operation on the day that would have changed the outcome.
I'll withdraw that, could aerial resources suppressed the fire to the west of Mount Wilson Road to stop it spotting over to the eastern side?
A very good comment, and to a certain degree, I suppose I can change what I've said just in the last paragraph. Aerial resources would have been handy and could have changed the outcome. And if I could just draw you back to the map, and if you note, there's a blue line with blue dots that goes and is just below the 1235.
Yes, I see that, running sort of
Yep.
across to the left of Mount Wilson Road.
That was in my mind, a potential line for a lap, to put a line of gel in there to quieten the fire down. And so to answer your question, yes, if we had some extra availability of aviation resources to cool that may have made a difference, yes.
Was a LAT called in at an early stage to do it?
I'm not sure what time the LATs were engaged on there, but it was a thought that I had. I don't believe that there was going to be time to do that as it all unfolded. Yeah, and I don't know what time I made that notation on the map.
As we know, the first spotting event was about 12:40, 14:40 or thereabouts.
Yes, sir.
Did you go to the site with your observation post and see the spot over?
From the observation post, I couldn't see where the initial spot happened. My understanding is the first notification that I had of the spotting was not the first spot. The first spot, my understanding, was grabbed. It was hard up against the edge of the road and the crews were able to get on it. The second spot is the first spot that I was told about, and that was some 20, 30 metres in the vegetation to the east of Mount Wilson Road. And the crew said they were going direct on that spot, but they, to brief it up, they said very quickly they weren't able to get access to that because of the vegetation, the thickness and the fuel loads, the structure of the fuel. Within a couple of minutes, I was hearing reports from them as well that they had multiple spots in that area. They weren't able to get to them, and my instruction was for them to return back to their trucks and get back on the hard surface because it was clearly apparent that firefighter safety was going to be compromised.
Now that you've got this situation where there's spotting occurring in those old fuels that perhaps haven't been burnt since 1994, what was your decision making as to the contingency?
My decision making there was just initially just purely focused on firefighter safety, making sure the crews were back with their trucks. There was nobody in the bush chasing spots that we weren't going to be able to catch. It's clearly apparent that the fire behaviour had increased to a point where firefighter safety was number one priority. So.
And did you make a call that crews leave in the direction that their vehicles were headed?
No, that wasn't my direction. That was the direction that came from the Hills Strike Team leader.
Mr. Jazanix at that time?
Yes.
And in terms of, I'll withdraw that, was there recognition at about the time of the spotting into that eastern side of Mount Wilson Road that fire could then take a run?
Yes, yeah, I recognised that straight away.
And that it could take a run towards Mount Wilson?
Yes, it did.
And having recognised that at that point in time, what decisions, if any, did you make in relation to a strategy to either suppress the fire or not in relation to Mount Wilson?
The strategy was to, and I could hear it happening, I didn't need to make any direction. The aircraft were, I could hear the medium helicopters bombing, so not much point taking up air time to say, yeah, keep doing what you're doing. They knew that was going to be, that was their task. In terms of ground resources from October South Sector was to make sure everybody was safe and accounted for, and then to try and progress through the fire, through the smoke, which was extremely thick. Like I could not see Your Honour from the front of my car, or halfway between us. It was thick. And I just kept poking my nose through till I got to some clean air eventually, and then call those trucks through. Now, I understand that some of the trucks...
This is through towards Mount Wilson, on Mount
Yes,
Wilson.
sir, yeah, move the trucks towards the assets in Mount Wilson Village. That was the objective.
And is it fair to say from 3 o'clock or thereabouts, it was very much a defensive strategy?
Certainly,
The protection of life and property in and around Mount Wilson and Mount Irvine.
yes.
And all available crews who could get to the village of Mount Wilson were directed to that course. And do I understand your evidence correctly that in terms of the utilisation of aerial resources, that was happening as well throughout the course of the afternoon?
Yep.
And into the early evening?
Yes, sir, yeah.
Was there any problem with visibility for those aerial assets to undertake their tasks?
Oh, look, I'm sure there was, but I wasn't, it's very difficult when you're on the ground to get the perspective of aircraft and what their visibility problems are. You really do need to be in the air. When you're on the ground, it looks sometimes relatively clear, but when you're in the air, it looks totally different. So there would have been visibility problems for them, but the specifics of those, one would have to ask the air attack.
Now, have you been in court on Monday? Were you in court on Monday when Mr. Carter gave his evidence?
Yes, sir.
And were you in court yesterday when Mr. Pullen gave his evidence?
Yes, sir.
I want to ask you questions about your reflections since the 14th of December 2019. Just going back to that afternoon, early evening of the 13th of December 2019, when there was the meeting and a decision was made to proceed with the backburn the following morning. In terms of the strategy that was deployed, knowing what you know now, would you have still undertaken the same strategy, or would you have taken a different course?
On balance of all the factors, I would still support the plan.
And why is that?
It was the best option that we had to protect life and property. If we'd done nothing, there's no doubt in my mind that there was a substantial potential for the Gospers Mountain fire to run unchecked straight into Mount Wilson, into Mount Irvine, and into Bilpin and Brambing and Mount Tomar. We had a window of opportunity that was conducive. We had a plan that was resourced, and if the same parameters were put to me tomorrow, I would support the plan again.
Would it be fair to say, Mr. Burley, that on the 14th of December 2019, the plan went awry because of the change in the weather?
That's correct.
And that weather change was not predicted to come in at the time it did?
That's correct.
Now, again, can I ask you your thoughts through the prism of hindsight, whether there's anything you would have done differently operationally on the 14th of December 2019?
No, sir, I don't think there is. We were restricted, and I must say again, and I have reflected on this many, many times, last night, continuously still. Do you line trucks along Mount Wilson Road so that you've got that many resources? That wasn't going to work. The fuels weren't available for us. We would have ended up having too much fire below Mount Wilson. If we just lined out more trucks along Mount Wilson Road and said, well, let's all burn, with the fuels still unavailable to put a burn in on Mount Wilson Village itself, we got fire below, then we got fire running up into the village. So I think the allocation of resources and the timings were appropriate. Yes, we would have loved that weather window to be longer, but it wasn't. We needed to move. If we had not taken that opportunity then, as I sort of said a few minutes ago, I certainly believe that the Gospers Mountain fire had great potential just to run unchecked into the village. Doing anything different? No, I don't think I would have done too much different.
Thank you, Mr. Burley.
Thank you. Ms. Single.
If Mr. Burley could please have access, I think it's to volumes 12 and 13.
12 and 13.
So Mr. Burley, in volume 12, if you could please open tab 87. I just want to take you to your log at page 3828.
I have 3828 here.
And if at the same time, if you could open volume 13, if that's possible.
Volume 13.
Tab 91. Page 4010.
4010.
Yes, just to understand the document you're looking at now,
Sorry.
that's a transcript of James Carter's logbook. So
Yes.
James Carter, there was the handwritten, and then this is a typed transcript of that logbook,
okay,
so
yep.
you're aware of what you're looking at.
Yep.
So looking first at your logbook, so this is volume 12, tab 87, page 3828. What did you try and record in your logbook on the day?
Anything that was substantially happening and the progression of the backburn.
And were you aware that Divisional Commander Carter was also keeping a logbook at the time?
I was not aware of him keeping a logbook, no, but I would assume that he would.
And were you aware that he had scribes helping with the logbook?
I wasn't aware of that, no.
Were you on the same radio channel as Mr. Carter?
We operate on various channels, but yes, I had a direct line to Mr. Carter.
Have you seen the contents of Divisional Commander Carter's logbook prior to today?
No.
Just looking at your logbook, do you see that at 8:25 you recorded the briefing at Bilpin Hall?
Yes.
And please correct me if at any stage I get any of your handwriting incorrect. The entry at 10 o'clock, is that lighting commenced?
Sorry, you...
At 10 o'clock?
Yes, 10 o'clock.
Is that lighting commenced?
Yes, yes, sir.
And do you see that you haven't recorded in your log reference to the test burn?
That's correct. I haven't recorded it there.
Would that have been a substantial event on the day, the test burn?
It was certainly a substantial event on the day, but it was no need for myself to notate that down there.
And if you just might take it from me, but you can have a look if you want to in James Carter's logbook, there's also no reference to the test burn. Did you see that?
No, I'm at 0951, and I'm just looking at this for the first time, but I see there's a... no, that is the burn itself. I see approved starter burn. Yeah.
So we heard evidence yesterday that was the
Sorry,
burn
yeah,
itself.
I'm just
Yes.
interpreting that then now, yes.
And then, but you thought it significant enough to start to make a note of when the lighting commenced. Just trying to sort of ascertain what you considered a significant event when we do look at the contents of your log. Because in the event of the day, the test burn was a significant event to figure out whether or not you then could do the lighting, wasn't it?
Yes, that's correct, yeah.
And then yesterday you were asked by council assisting about the timing of starting the burn without air support. Do you recall?
Yes.
To that effect? And you gave an explanation that you didn't want the aircraft too early as they had limited flying time. Am I correct with your
Yes.
answer in that regard? If you just have a look at James Carter's logbook on page 4010.
40.
10, so it's just the first page.
Yes.
You see at 10:05, the air attack was actually in the air. You see that?
Yeah, we can see air attack and the notation setting up buoy wall at Mount Wilson.
Yes.
Yep.
So considering the air attack was actually very close to being in the air by the time of the the test burn. Why didn't you just wait the extra time for the air attack to be in the air?
Because there was no need for the air attack to be in the air at that point.
But do you appreciate the answer you gave yesterday, that you didn't want the aircraft being in the air too early, doesn't actually work with the fact the aircraft was imminently going to be in the air?
But need to draw a distinction between, I was not directing the aviation resources on the day at all, but I'm cognizant of the duty times for aircraft, and that was the basis of my commentary yesterday. At 1000 hours, if the aircraft had just started flying, that would say he's left Richmond or the Woodlands Air Base at approximately 9:45. That aircraft can operate for another 10 hours. And then, so there wasn't going to be a great compromise, but having 3 other medium aircraft that are turning and burning and chewing fuel up over a fire ground is a waste of resources and a waste of pilot hours.
But is it the case that you actually weren't involved in tasking when the aircraft was going to be in the air?
And that's, yes, I referred to my comment just a minute ago. I wasn't involved in the tasking of that.
And Mr. Banfi made a number of calls over the radio throughout the day, that's correct?
I imagine Chris made numerous calls.
Yes. And you said just earlier that there's only one reference in your log to the air attack supervisor, and that's at 12:29. Is that correct?
That's it, yeah, yep.
Can you just assist us with what your notation means at 12:29?
It says heli attack 296. The air attack was going, air attack supervisor was departing for fuel, and heli attack 296 is over the fire ground operational.
Why did you consider that was a significant event to record in your logbook?
That was probably the air attack coming out of me. I haven't done it consistently during this day, but if I was operational in an air attack mode, I would make notations of that as to when aircraft are over a fire ground and not over a fire ground. The fire season in Tasmania, Helitrack 404 called me and said he was going for fuel at a particular time. 6 minutes later, I had a call over the radio that said, the cabin's filling up with smoke, I need to go down. That was the last we heard from that aircraft. We found the pilot and everything worked out well. But it's just my way of keeping a log. We were able to find that aircraft very, very quickly because I knew he'd departed the fire ground at a specific time. He'd been flying for 6 minutes. I knew the direction he was going in. So, yeah, that was a pickup. But it was also a situational awareness thing. For 296, air attack's gone, but I've got 296 over the fire ground. He's the aircraft I'm going to talk to if I needed something. Yeah.
And do you agree that the absence of a notation in your log cannot be relied upon as an answer to whether or not an event or conversation in fact occurred?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
So do you agree that something not occurring in your log is not an answer to whether or not an event or conversation in fact occurred?
That's correct, yes.
And you said in your evidence yesterday you slowed down the Dalpura sector following discussions with Divisional Commander Carter?
Yes.
Correct. That morning, did you hear over the radio Mr. Banfi expressing concern that the Bells Line of Road sector had gotten ahead of Mount Wilson Road sector, giving it the potential to have an uphill run?
I don't recall him saying that, no.
And are you aware that Mr. Carter's logbook has the slowing down of the Dalpura sector at 11:35? So it's just on the next page.
There's also 1102, for fairness to the...
So yes,
witness.
11. Well, there's two different things.
Yes, and
I
that...
read
that
1102. That
Yeah,
suggests...
so there's 1102 from the Dalpura section leader. But if we look at 1135, do we say it's from the Bell Division Commander?
Yep. Yep.
does that coincide with your recollection as to when the slowing down occurred
Yes.
around
Yes.
that time?
Yep. Yep.
One moment, Ron. And if you have a look in, continuing the next entry at 11:39, there's a reference to spotting. That the air attack supervisor noticed that the burn was going well, but there was spotting. Do you have any recollection now as to what that was a reference to?
My recollection of the day, I don't recall that, no.
And you now agree that Mr. Bamfy landed to speak to you? That's correct?
Yes, yeah.
And you think now it was around 12:30? Is that
Around the
your
12 to
recollection?
12:30, yes.
Now, the air attack supervisor landing to speak to you meant that he was removing himself from the airspace over the fire ground. That's correct?
That's correct, yes. He's on the
So if you thought it was important to note when the air attack supervisor was removing himself from the airspace over the fire ground, why didn't you make a notation of this time?
Because whilst he'd physically landed on the ground, it's only a couple of minutes for him to spool up and he's back over the fire ground, so he's still operational. He hadn't gone for fuel and be out of radio contact on the ground, shut down. I still had him there, if we needed him, he was still there to, hey, you need to get over there.
And during that conversation, Mr. Bamfy identified the fire progression on the map, didn't he?
Yes, I showed him my map and he concurred with where I had it plotted, and he agreed with the activity that you have just drawn my attention to out of Mr. Carter's log, that we needed to slow down. Well, we'd already initiated that action.
And Mr. Bamfy expressed concern to you about the fire progression during that discussion, didn't he?
Not overly, no. Look, there's always a degree of apprehension when you're backburning, but there was nothing outstanding that said to me from that conversation that there was an imminent cause for concern arising from that conversation.
Now, your answer was not overly. So is it the case that Mr. Bamfy did express some concern regarding the fire progression?
I don't remember any overt concern being expressed by Mr. Bamfy at that point in time.
Is it possible that he expressed some concern, not necessarily overt concern? Is it possible Mr. Bamfy expressed some concern about the progression at the time?
He may well have, and given 3 years ago, I can't quote what Mr. Bamfy may or may not have said.
Thank you, Your Honour. No further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Searle, do you have any questions?
Yes, thank you, Your Honour. Mr. Burley, on behalf of my clients, I'd like to thank you for your service. And on my own behalf as a resident of the Blue Mountains, I know it was a pretty tough call to have to serve at that time.
Thank you.
In your statements, just in terms of your professional work, I think you advised that you do planning advice around being bushfire safe. Is that correct?
It's all development application work, yeah.
And did I understand correctly that one of your clients was the RFS?
Sorry, say again.
Is the RFS one of your clients?
No, the RFS is a regulatory body.
Yep, okay. So that's what you meant in your statement when you referred to the RFS, that your work is judged by the RFS.
The RFS assesses some of our work, yes.
Okay.
Not all of it, but some of the work.
Okay. You were asked some questions about contingency planning for the backburn at Mount Wilson.
Sorry, I didn't quite, I lost you a little bit there.
You were asked some questions about contingency planning for the backburn at
Yes.
Mount Wilson. Are you able to tell us what, from your experience, that planning consisted of?
It consisted of falling back to Bell's line of road. That if the backburn had escaped across Mount Wilson Road, that the next fallback option was going to be the Bell's line of road.
Okay, so it wasn't a contingency plan about what to do, how to deal with the backburn, if it escaped its containment, it was about how you and the other firefighters would respond to that situation.
Well, that was my understanding would have been the next fallback option, the next control line option. The contingency plan for a spot or a cross or a slop over, whichever term one wants to use, was to go direct with aircraft against that. So that was really clear. We knew what we were going to do if we had a spot, and that was go direct with aircraft, support it with ground troops if possible.
Okay. So at the meeting of the 13th of December, I think you indicated that you attended that meeting?
On the 13th, was it?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
This was the meeting, was it, that decided to do the backburn on the 14th?
There was numerous meetings leading up to that, but the final decision was made on the 13th, yes.
Okay. And just from your recollection, what were the inputs? I think you've given evidence that you and other witnesses have felt that this was the only offensive strategy available to you. Were any other options discussed in the lead up to the 13th and at the 13th?
As my evidence has also stated, I had very little input into the development of the plan because I was operational in other areas of the fireground.
Okay. Now, you had been involved in some backburning operations to deal with the Gospers Mountains fire previous to this. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
What were those?
Backburning in the Coller Heights area, Webbs Creek, Central McDonald, St Albans.
And how did those backburns go?
The majority of them worked very well. Some didn't work so well.
Which ones didn't work so well?
The Sarones track.
Any others?
And the Coller Heights Road.
Okay. And what happened with those backburns?
The fire crossed those containment lines. There was a containment line proposed from the Putty Road down Sarones track to the Colo River, and the fire crossed that and ran towards the village of Coller Heights. Our next option was using Coller Heights Road as the containment. It was the next line to the east of the Sarones track, and due to a lot of complicated circumstances, the timing of that backburn was such that it also was done during the day, and it crossed and ran towards Coller Heights. Your Honour, I'm finding it difficult to, without going into a really long-winded story about Lilo people and things that held up backburning at such short notice.
I don't know that we need to hear.
I was moving on to...
I can indicate that in other evidence that there was a delay of perhaps 17 hours in relation to that particular backburn because there was a car parked and there were concerns made in relation to a backburn and someone perhaps being out in the bush, and a search was undertaken and there was a delay of 17 hours. Have I got that correct?
Correct, sir, yes.
And that is in evidence
I see. Okay.
somewhere.
Yes, thank you.
Your Honour, my point is I'm not wanting to avoid a situation, but
It's a long answer.
it's correct.
Those experiences of those backburns that were not successful give you any concern about the proposal to do the backburn on the 14th?
I'm always concerned when we're backburning. When we're putting fire on the ground, whenever, I'm always concerned. I weigh up the balances of to risk to gain is my whole life. I spend risk to gain. In terms of the Mount Wilson Road, the risk to gain was, yeah, we need to do it. If that's the answer, the premise of the question.
And from your recollection of the discussions that led up to the decision I think your evidence just a moment ago was that you had very little input into that decision.
Yes, exactly, yes. I was focused in other areas of the fireground.
Okay. Do you know whether there was any concern about whether the weather conditions were suitable for backburning?
As I say, there certainly would have been concern from many perspectives of planning the backburn, but the window of opportunity was there and recognised by the IMT as being suitable to conduct.
So I think paragraph 5 of your first statement, you talked about the window of opportunity.
Sorry, which document?
I think it's paragraph 5 of your first
Are
statement.
you able to have reference to the volume and the tab just to help the witness?
I've only got them in PDF form, Your Honour.
That's all right.
But look, I don't.
Volume 3, tab 15.
Thank you.
Volume 3, tab 15. Yes, and a statement I made to the investigating officer from the police.
Anyway, you spoke about the window of opportunity. What was the window of opportunity as you understood it?
The window of opportunity was to burn on the 14th of December.
Until what time? What were the hours? Was there a set number of hours where you thought after a certain time it wouldn't be safe, that the window would close?
The weather forecast indicated that at approximately 1600 hours to 1630 hours we were going to see a wind change to the southwest. And therefore then that wouldn't be as conducive to the conditions earlier on in the day.
Okay, and you mentioned, I think yesterday, that you had a kestrel. Are you able to tell us what a kestrel is?
A kestrel is a handheld meter which records temperature, relative humidity, dew point, wind speed, and you focus it as to where the wind's blowing from and ascertain the direction.
Okay, and ahead of I think the test burn before the backburn was lit, was that device used by you or anybody else to assess the conditions on the ground?
It wasn't used by myself, but it would be a standard operating procedure that weather conditions would be measured.
Right. Do you know for fact whether anybody did measure the weather
I
conditions?
don't know that for a fact, and I have not purposely looked at anybody else's logs to check on those things. But I would have assumed that has been undertaken by others.
Okay. But you don't know for fact?
No, I don't know for a fact.
And would it surprise you if those measurements weren't taken?
It would surprise me, yes.
Would it be the usual procedure to merely take observational readings from the test burn? That is, to just observe how the fire went when the test burn was lit?
Yes, correct, yes.
As opposed to actually taking the measurements we were speaking about earlier.
Sorry, I think we're referring to two different...
So I'm just wondering what the standard operating procedure was. Was it to just observe the test burn and just see how it went?
Yes.
Or was it to actually use a device like the Kestrel to actually take the readings?
I'm getting confused. If we're observing the test burn, my understanding of observing the test burn is looking for rate of spread of the fire and the flame height, not meteorological readings.
Okay. But, okay, well, I'll move on then. That's... Now, I think you said it about, this is on the December the 14th, I think at about 3:30 p.m. you said you started to lose control of the backburn, but then you corrected yourself and said that wasn't a good word to use. But looking back now as to how the events unfolded, is that about when the fire began to get away from being controlled?
It's when the fire activity started to increase, yes.
Okay. And I think at about 2 o'clock, or it might have been 1400 hours, or it might have been 1400 hours when the spot overs started, that you said that was the time when you thought it was good to stop and watch and take stock of how things were going?
Correct, yes.
And then I think you were asked about whether or not a decision was taken to increase the resources dedicated to dealing with the fire, the backburn?
I'm unclear as to when the actual time was for the increase in resources, and that being the input of the fire and rescue strike team.
Okay. But at that time, what was your role on the fire ground?
I was the operations officer on the fire.
Okay, so who took the decision to increase resources or to try and deploy additional resources?
The divisional commander.
And who was that at this time?
Mr. Carter.
Okay. And do you know, apart from the fire and rescue strike team, what other resources were allocated at that time?
No, I don't. I don't believe there was any others
Okay.
that I was aware of.
Okay. So I think in Mr. Carter's logbook, he indicated that at this time it was difficult to apply extra crews because there was congestion. What was your recollection of the ability of crews, additional crews, to actually get into Mount Wilson at this time?
There was certainly a period of time shortly after the fire had spotted to the east of Mount Wilson Road where congestion was a real problem on the road. The visibility was such that we didn't want any more trucks going down Mount Wilson Road. It was, as I put in my evidence earlier this morning, I could not see Your Honour from the front of my car.
Okay. And what was the congestion made up of? Was it assets to deal with the fire? Was it people trying to leave?
No, just purely fire trucks.
Just purely fire trucks. And I think there's certainly a statement from Mr. Clayton Allison from Fire and Rescue that states that he and his strike team was provided an escort by the RFS DivCom to try and reach Mount Wilson, but had to turn back due to fire conditions. And that was at about 15:24. Does that?
I don't recall that.
Okay. And are you aware when the RFS strike team actually did arrive, was able to arrive in Mount Wilson?
Are you referring to the RFS strike team or the fire and rescue?
Sorry, the fire and rescue strike team.
No, I don't know the exact time.
Would it have been about 1640?
There's a blank page in the book here. I suddenly lost half my log, but I've turned another page. Notation in here at 15:42 at Bellsline Road, Fire and Rescue Strike Team, Hawkesbury Strike Team Alpha, Hawkesbury Strike Team Bravo, round corner 1, with a crew of 3 plus a bulk water truck at 16:42, so that's 3:45.
So that's when they arrived in Mount Wilson.
No, they're at Bellsline of Road.
Okay. So how long, do you recall how long from when the fire started to, when you stopped the ignition at 1400 hours, and then I think what you said by 1440 the fire was starting to spot over. Can you tell us when additional assets were actually able to be present to combat that?
By my log here, the additional assets arrived at 15:42, so an hour.
An hour. And what had happened in that hour in terms of the fire continuing to burn? How far?
So the fire itself tracked basically parallel with Mount Wilson Road. There was not a lot of flame impingement, but a lot of heavy smoke on Mount Wilson Road. And it ran parallel with Mount Wilson Road. The eastern side up towards Winnie's Rock Road, and the western side over towards Dalpura Road and Defurs Rock Road, or Flat Road. And the objective and what took place was the repositioning of the tankers and appliances into property protection in Mount Wilson.
Okay. And how far advanced had the fire got? Like, was it significantly worse an hour later, or had it just maintained?
Sorry, which hour were you referring to, Mr.?
Well, between 1440 and when you say the additional assets arrived, how more intense had the fire grown?
Significantly.
significantly? So I think Councillor Sisting asked you that from about 3 p.m. defensive strategies were being put in place to protect Mount Wilson, Mount Irvine and other affected areas, including aerial resources until the evening. Are you able to tell us how many aerial resources were in fact available for that purpose?
No, I'm not able to be definitive on that.
Okay. Well, I want to show the witness MFI-B, which was the bundle of documents. And this is the submission, Your Honour, attached to the affidavits of Jochen Spencer and Corinne Sheaves. And I just want to take you to page 70 and annexure 17. Appendix 17. Can you see that transcript there? Mr. Burley?
Yes, starting at 11:06, is that?
Starting at 11:06, yes.
Yep.
And can I just ask you to read that transcript?
Transcript.
Not read it out, just read it to yourself.
Inquire of Marlena Finn the relevance of this portion of transcript on the 15th of December, and to the extent that it is relevant, could it be established whether this witness, Mr. Burley, was either the air attack supervisor or was Bell Operations? Because if he's neither of those two, I can't see how I can assist Your Honour.
But just to assist my friend, that's why I've asked him to read the transcript, and then I was going to ask whether or not he was a participant in that conversation. And if he's not, well, then we'll move on.
If you just read that to yourself, that first bit, please, Mr. Burley.
Yes. Do you want me to read both sections or just the 11:06?
Just the 11:06
Yep.
section. Were you Bell Operations in that exchange?
Yes, sir.
And who was the other person? Who was Air Attack?
Mr. Banfi.
Okay. And is that an accurate
Yes.
reflection of your conversation as best
Yes.
you can understand it?
Yes.
And what's happening in that conversation?
In that conversation, we were both on the same page. I'd driven down to Range Hill fire trail, scoping out for where we could possibly look at a control line for the escape backburn. It was evident that on looking back into the fire from that location where I was, that those words are accurate, and we were both in concurrence as to what the fire activity was there.
Okay. So where, I think you said you were Bell Ops, when you say you weren't confident that the mediums could hold it, was that a reference to the aircraft?
Yes.
So what did you mean by that?
That I wasn't confident that the medium helicopters weren't going to hold that fire progression.
Was that because there wasn't enough of them, because they didn't have enough capacity? What was it?
That and the fire behaviour itself, it was...
Okay, and so Mr. Banfi then responded, things are pretty much starting to pick up to a level where we can't do anything now, let alone what it's going to do later today. That's what he said at the time. What did you understand him to mean?
At that time, being at 11 o'clock, that the fire behaviour was only going to increase. Just for clarity, we are talking about day 2. We're not.
Yeah, that's right,
talking
the
day
15th.
1. Yes.
Yeah, I get that. So I could ask you to look into the transcript from 11:31 on the same day at the second part of the page and just ask whether you are bell ops in that exchange.
Yes, I was bell ops, and that would be a good summation of where it was at.
Okay. So when you said the first port of impact is probably going to be Mount Charles, is Mount Charles about 2.3 kilometres west of properties on Skyline Road at Mount Tomah, roughly?
It goes off that map. But that would be approximately correct, sir.
Okay. And what was the significance of that observation in terms of dealing with the fire front?
Just situational awareness as to where it was headed, where we were up to.
Okay. Now, if I could ask you to turn to Appendix 23, I'm sorry to jump around, I should have done this chronologically, but if you turn to page 78. It's another transcript at 12:49 on the 15th of December. And just ask you to have a look at that transcript and to see whether you are a participant in that conversation and whether it's an accurate reflection of what happened as far as you can recall.
I honestly don't recall that conversation.
You don't recall that conversation?
No,
Why
I
not?
don't. And I'd have to read it a few times to actually get the context of it as well.
Okay.
But
So you're not bell ops in that conversation?
I was bell operations for the day, yes, but I don't recall that conversation.
Do you remember any conversation that you might have been part of where somebody was recommending lifting the warning to emergency warning level?
No, I don't, to be honest with you, no. I haven't given this day terribly much, consideration since 3 years ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
Based on what you can recall of the day, though, did an emergency warning level, was an emergency warning level warranted?
At what point in time?
Well, 12:49, the time of the transcript.
Thank you.
Given the fire behaviour that we experienced that day, yes.
Okay.
But
So
I do not recall what time that I would have taken that stance. No, I don't recall.
and you don't recall being a participant in any conversation about lifting the warning level?
No, I don't.
Okay. Okay, if we can turn to Appendix 28, which is on page 83.
Sorry, I'm slightly deaf.
Sorry, page 83, sir, on the
Page
same
83.
document.
Yeah, I have page 83, Appendix 28.
Okay. I just ask you whether whether you were Bell operations in. Sorry, were you Bell DivCon in this conversation?
No, Bell Divcom was Steve Prott from Blue Mountains.
Okay. And just reading the transcript, were you part of this conversation at all? Does this seem familiar to you, or you just have no knowledge of these matters?
I've just looked at the bolds to see if there was any Bell operations. I can't see any reference to Bell operations, but if you'd like me to read all the conversation to see if there is a reference.
Well, only if this conversation is familiar to you. I mean, you can't speak to anything that you weren't part of. I just wanted to see whether or not you were party to this conversation, whether reading the transcript triggered any
I can hear a reference, see a reference here from Aerotac Eastern. He says, yeah, go ahead, Craig. But I don't believe I was part of that conversation.
Okay.
I can't see anything there that says to me that there was a mistaken call to me.
Okay. So just looking at the transcript below at 3:11 on the 15th of December, just wanted you to see whether or not you were Mount Wilson leader in this conversation. Or whether you recall whether that was the case.
It's Craig, isn't it?
Just, yeah. If you don't have any recollection, sir, then it doesn't trigger a bell.
I don't have any recollection of it there.
Okay. Were you ever moved to being the Mount Wilson leader?
No, it was Bell Ops.
Bell Ops. And so you were Bell Ops consistently through the
Yeah.
process. Thank you, Your Honour. Those are the questions for the witness.
Thank you. Got about 4 minutes, Mr Newton. If you take longer than that, we might until after the break.
Well, I won't be much longer than that, but so I think I'd rather start, and then if we get to the 4 minutes, I'll finish at the other side. Mr Burley, you were just asked some questions about, or shown transcripts of conversations where at least some of them, it records Bell Ops spoke on the 15th of December 2019. You recall that? Yes. Now, just so we understand it, you're in looking at these transcripts and answering questions about them, is it right that you're assuming that they are an accurate record of a recording of a radio conversation? Is that your assumption?
That is my assumption. I must say, just sitting here, I wonder where these have come from because I haven't seen these before.
So you've never listened to radio transcripts of yourself on the 15th of December 2019?
No.
You don't know one way or another whether or not those transcripts are accurate, is that right?
That's correct, sir.
And as I understand from your answers, you really, in terms of the 15th of December 2019, that's a day which you have a recollection of, but you haven't given much thought about it for nearly 3 years. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And in terms of understanding what you were doing and what you were thinking during the course of the day, is it right that to have a proper grasp of that, you would need to refresh your memory from your own log and essentially reorientate yourself in terms of time and space and where you were at any time and what you knew at any time? Is that right?
That's exactly correct.
And this was within a fire season where you were involved on multiple days throughout the fire season. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And the reason why you've been able to give considered answers about the 14th of December 2019 is, firstly, it's a day which people's focus has been on for quite some time. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And secondly, it's a day in which you've had the opportunity to look at your map, read your log, and refresh your memory in order to orientate yourself in terms of what you knew at various points of the day.
Yes, sir.
You were then asked some questions about the kestrel and what that is. And for honest purposes, is it right the kestrel is a portable weather, a portable machine which enables you to read weather at a fireground?
That's correct.
And if Mr. Carter's log has weather readings of temperature and relative humidity and wind speed, is it likely that, from your experience of working on a fireground, that he would have made those readings using a kestrel meter?
That would be my assumption, yes.
But in terms of a test burn, a kestrel meter is not something which enables you to undertake any readings of a test burn.
No.
Is that right?
The kestrel measures meteorological conditions, and test burn outputs are essentially flame height, rate of spread. That's what we're looking for, and time of development of the fire.
Your Honour, I've got a few more topics I am going to take slightly longer than 4 minutes.
All right, we'll take the adjournment and might be a little bit longer, so if we could say 12:10 to resume, thank you. Yes, Mr Newton.
Thank you, Coroner. Mr Burley, you were asked some questions and you gave some evidence that you yourself are an air attack supervisor. That's right, isn't it?
That's correct, yes.
And in terms of your understanding of the use of air assets when conducting a hazard reduction, I withdraw that. Your use of air assets when conducting a backburn, is this right? Well, taking it to the day in question, there was a test burn undertaken at around 10 o'clock or shortly before that. That's your recollection?
That's correct, sir.
And at that point, there were no aviation resources with bucketing capacity available. Is that right?
That's, or not overhead, yes.
But you understood that aviation resources with bucketing capacity had, one, been organised, and two, would be available during the course of the day if and when required.
That's correct.
In terms of the risk posed by a test burn, is it right that you only take a test burn if you're satisfied that the weather conditions make it appropriate for the test burn to occur?
That's correct. It would, if the weather conditions were not suitable for lighting a test burn, yeah, we shouldn't be lighting the test burn.
Well, and in terms of, you had resources in place at the time of lighting a test burn, which was crews that were then going to undertake the back burning that day. Is that right?
Yes.
And when the test burn was lit, is it right that you were satisfied that the resources which you had to hand was appropriate and would enable you to extinguish the test burn if that was required?
Yes.
And had you thought that you needed aviation resources in order to extinguish the test burn, is that something I withdraw that. In your experience, is it necessary to have aviation resources at the time of undertaking a test burn?
No, if we required bucket support for a test burn, one would wonder why we're actually lighting a test burn.
So from that, if you thought that you might need a helicopter with a bucket to help you extinguish the test burn, then that would make you seriously question whether you should be undertaking the test burn at all. Is that right?
Correct, sir, yes.
Then coming to, you gave some evidence about the hours a plane can fly and that it's not necessarily desirable to get the planes up too early in the morning. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Now, in terms of the planes, there was the air attack supervisor was in a, and I mentioned planes, but generically for helicopters and aviation resources more generally. But the air attack supervisor was in a helicopter. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that had a pilot flying the helicopter. Is that right?
That's correct.
And is there also an aerial incendiary capacity with that helicopter, or you don't know?
Not with that helicopter. There was another helicopter, my understanding, that had the AI capability.
I see. And if one sees references to AI in a log, that may well be a reference to aerial incendiary. Is that correct?
Correct, sir.
And then is it right that the air attack supervisor was flying over the fire prior to the other aviation resources coming to the fire?
That's my understanding, yes.
And that would be consistent, would it not, with your evidence about holding back planes so that they are not unnecessarily flying over a fire ground when they're not needed?
Yes, sir.
And the reason why one wants to hold back planes when they're not needed is it's a waste of a resource in terms of fuel and just generally flying. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And it's also, there are aspects of fatigue management from the pilot's perspective, is that right?
Correct, yes.
And also in terms of when helicopters with bucketing capacity are likely to be necessary, as a general proposition, it tends to be later in the day, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And is there a time of the day that is sometimes used, described colloquially as the witching hour?
Yeah, the witching hour stretches from 4 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the afternoon through to about 5 o'clock is when, yeah.
So from, in terms of having, and can you just tell Her Honour what is meant by the witching hour?
Witching hour is referred to the period of time during the day where the fire activity is probably and likely to be at its greatest.
And that's a time where you're likely to have more spotting, is that correct?
Correct.
And in terms of the use of helicopters with bucketing capacity, you want to have them available at that time so that they can quickly respond to spots if and when they occur.
That's correct, sir.
And also so they can be used within the fire ground to dampen hot spots as well, is that right?
That's it, yes, sir.
Is it, in terms of then the 3 helicopters that did, well, I withdraw that, do you understand that there were at times 3 helicopters working on the fire ground in order to oversee the backburn and respond to spots if and when they were required?
That's my understanding, yes.
And so those helicopters became available towards the middle of the day, or I withdraw that, those helicopters were over the fire ground towards the middle of the day at a time when there was an expectation that the fire activity may increase. Is that right?
I couldn't accurately tell you when aircraft were over the fire ground in a definitive fashion. That would be.
And have you got with you your handwritten log, which you were asked some questions about, which is behind tab 87 of the brief?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Just dealing with that, you have the 1229 reference where the air attack supervisor goes off to get fuel. Can you see that?
Yes, sir.
So it's your understanding that that plane, having flown around the fire ground, needed to leave the fire ground and fuel when that was in the Katoomba area, is that right?
That's my understanding, yeah, Katoomba Airfield.
And then there was another aviation resource with a call sign HT296
Yes.
that essentially was taking over the air attack supervisor role in the absence of Mr. Banfi in his helicopter. Is that correct?
He would not be taking over the air attack supervisor role, but he would, my understanding was going to be the primary point of contact if we needed a bucket machine or a tank machine in the case of 296.
And also a point of contact for intelligence from above the fire ground as well?
Certainly, sir, yes.
In your first statement, I won't ask you to open it, but at paragraph 12 of your first statement, you mention actually flying above the fire ground between about 4 and 5 p.m. Now, do you have a recollection today of having done that?
On the 14th, yes.
And in order for that to occur, well, I draw that, was that something that you did with Mr. Banfi in the helicopter?
Yes.
And so how did it work? Mr. Banfi landed and you got in the helicopter and went up and had an observation, is that right?
That's correct. He landed at Mount Wilson. There's a helipad in a private section of land at Mount Wilson, and I went and plotted the extent of the burning that had taken place.
And from your perspective, is that something which, is that part of the routine interaction between, on the one hand, an air attack supervisor and on the other, someone with a leadership role on the fire ground?
Yes, that's a normal occurrence.
And it was part of the intelligence sharing that occurs throughout a day between the aviation resource on the one hand and the decision makers on the fire ground?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
And is it your understanding, well, I'll draw that. You were on the radio from time to time, both receiving messages and giving messages, is that right?
Yes.
And you were able to hear information from Mr. Bamfy, is that correct?
Yes.
And also hear information that Mr. Carter was conveying. And that may be to you and also to other people on the fireground, is that right?
That's correct, yes.
And is it right then that through this process of information sharing and also through your own observations, you had a developing understanding throughout the day of what was occurring on the fireground?
Yes, sir.
And that's part of you having a situational awareness at any time as to what's occurring on the fireground, is that right?
That's correct, yes.
And based on that situational awareness, you were making decisions about how to respond to the fire, is that right?
That is correct, yes.
And one of those decisions was slowing down the Dalpura sector to allow the October sector backburn to progress
Yes.
further.
Yes.
And and you were asked some questions about speaking about the meeting with Mr. Bamfy on the ground when he landed. Is that another example of the information sharing that was going on in order to enable you and Mr. Carter and others to maintain situational awareness?
Yes, sir.
And in terms of your recollection now, is it right you can't remember every interaction you had on that day?
Most certainly I can't remember every interaction, no.
And you don't remember precisely when you learned pieces of information throughout the day, is that right?
That's correct, yes.
In terms of timing and understanding what people knew when, would you accept that a log is probably the best approximation of when things occurred?
Yes, sir, yeah.
But when I say approximation, a time in a log and a record next to it doesn't necessarily mean that that piece of information or that activity happened at that exact time. Would you agree with that?
Not necessarily. I would always try and log at the time of my notation into the book. If something occurs, if the ball bounces at 12:10, I try and write it down at 12:10 that the ball has bounced.
I see. But in terms of that's your practice, but there might be some time when, for example, you convey a piece of information to another person and you've made the observation or had the thought, and then sometime later you convey it to the other person. So if their log has a piece of information, there might be an element of delay in terms of...
Most certainly, most certainly.
And from the unfolding situation awareness that you had from the various sources of information, am I right in understanding that there was nothing that Mr. Bamfy said to you, to your recollection, that fundamentally changed your understanding of what was occurring on the fireground?
That's correct, sir.
So in the morning when you considered the fireground was, the backburn was going in well, and that essentially it was going as planned with, as far as you can recall, the things Mr. Bamfy was telling you was consistent with that understanding that you had at that time?
Yes, sir. Yep.
And then when the weather deteriorated in the early to mid-afternoon, the information that was being conveyed to you from the various sources, including Mr. Bamfy, I would draw that. You did have a concern. You've given some evidence that I think, I don't want to say around 2, but maybe a bit earlier or a bit later, things had, the weather had changed and was adverse compared to what you'd understand the forecast weather was meant to be.
That's correct.
And your concerns about what was occurring on the fireground from what you could observe and what you heard, you started to be more concerned about it, is that right?
That's correct, yes.
And as far as you can recall, though, nothing Mr. Bamfy told you sort of fundamentally changed the understanding that you had of the situation from the various sources of information you had?
Everything was lining up with what, from the information flow from Mr. Banfi to what we were observing on the ground. There was no diametric change or differential in the situation that caused me to, oh, hang on, that's not what I'm seeing, you know. So.
But his information as it was conveyed to you, either through the radio or in person, was certainly information that you were listening to carefully and having regard to.
Oh, most certainly, yes.
Just one final thing. There is in Mr. Carter's log a reference to setting up a buoy wall, and I just want you to explain to the court what a buoy wall is.
A buoy wall is a water-carrying vessel. It's heavy-duty rubber or plastic, which will collapse, but is self-sustainable, stands up on its own when it's filled with water. They range in size from a 5,000 litre or even smaller up to the maximum is about 22,000 litres worth of water in a buoy wall.
And from a aviation perspective, once a large bore wall is filled up, it's effectively a mobile dam from which a helicopter can fill a bucket. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. Bucket or a tank machine.
And well, it's a source of water that's available for firefighters to use.
Yes, sir.
And in terms of if Mr. Banfi was flying around in the early part of the day and makes observations about a buoy wall, would it be right to say that that's part of his role as an air attack supervisor, under getting a situational awareness about where assets are on the fire ground?
Yep, and water sources is one of the predominant things. Where's the water? Where's the water?
Because from an air attack supervisor's perspective, it's important for him to understand where the water is, so that when helicopters need to fill their buckets, they know that it's there, it's been set up, and it's available for use.
That's right, and to anticipate what the fire is going to do, because it may compromise that location as well. So we need to be, is this going to be suitable, the buoy wall location, for later on in the day? You know, the smoke columns develop, and it may be, certainly an air attack should be looking at different options as to where they're placed. But yeah, that's a standard job for an air attack.
Yes, thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Any?
One, if I may, Your Honour. Mr. Billy, could I ask you to find volume 12, which I believe is before you somewhere?
12?
And if you could go to tab 87, which are your
On my log?
logs, and then could you turn up sheet 149, which is page 3830.
Yes, sir.
Can I take you, please, to the entry for 15 hours?
Yes.
Could you just interpret that notation for Her Honour's benefit, please?
That's a message that I received from Mr. Banfi, that at grid reference 544860, active east of Mount Wilson Road, an ex-air attack, and without plotting it, but that would be one of the spot fires. I could go and confirm that by plotting, but I just need a second to do that.
Thank you. That concludes Mr. Burley's evidence, Your Honour.
Thanks very much, Mr. Burley. You're excused.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
The next witness is Mr. Chris Banfi, BANFFY. If Mr. Banfi could be called, please.
you, Mr. Banfield. Just stand over there.
Please. Do solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, if so? Please say, I do.
I do.
Have a seat. Thank you, Mr. Banfield. Mr. Castleton.
Thank you, Your Honour. Mr. Banfield, would you please state your full name, present occupation and work address?
Christopher Kevin Michael Banfi. I work at Blackheath National Parks and Wildlife Service office at Goverts Leap Road. What was the other third one?
Occupation.
Occupation. I'm a park ranger.
Thank you. And have you been an employee of the New South Wales National Parks and Wildlife Service since about 1996?
Correct.
Do you have in front of you volume 12?
Yes, I do.
Could I ask you please, Mr. Banfield, to turn to tab 80, page 3699.
699, yes, I have.
3699, do you see a statement that you've provided in relation to the Grace Valley Mount Wilson backburn that you signed on the 10th of November 2022? Have you read that statement recently?
Yes, I've read it a number of times.
Does it require any corrections?
The date in there, I actually came on shift on the 14th. That needs to be corrected. But
Is that paragraph 11 on page 3 of the statement, page 3701 of the brief?
page 3 at the top of it.
Paragraph 11?
Yep.
And apart from that correction, do you otherwise stand by the contents of that statement?
Yes, I do.
When you came to provide this statement in November of 2022, what, if any, material information did you have at your disposal to complete the statement?
At the time, not much. So I've done it from recollection. I did go to the office and look for my aviation notes, and unfortunately I couldn't locate that particular day. So that's the 14th I'm talking about. So this is done from memory of the events of the day.
And prior to late last year, had you had to turn your mind to the events of the 14th of December 2019?
I've thought about this a lot, right, over a long period of time.
And have you reduced those thoughts that you've had over a long period of time to writing, or was this the first time you reduced?
This is the first time I've actually put it down as notes, but by nature I'm a reflective person, so I've thought about it a lot.
And when you went to the office to complete this particular statement, you searched out your aviation notes and they could not be located, correct? Correct. What, if at all, did you access by way of other information to assist with your recollection to finalise your statement?
Right. After the statement was written, I have had a look at the flight information of that day, of the aircraft that I was in, and it confirms what I was saying in my statement, that my recollections were correct.
And what is that flight information?
About what time I took off from down at Woodlands, which is at Wilberforce, what time I was over the fire ground, when I landed, when I went to, Blackheath for refuelling, etc. So there's a series of notes that cover the day's activity. So
could I ask you then to turn to tab 89 in that same volume, please, Mr. Banfi?
Tab 89.
Yes, please. That commences at page 3889, tab 89.
Yep.
And you see there a table. Is that the flight information to which you've just referred?
Yes, it is.
And can you just explain how this information is captured?
Right, so any aircraft that you're flying in, it's got a ping system. So every 15 to 20 seconds, it'll give a ping where the aircraft actually is. And it records your flight paths as you're going out. So.
And that system has a time recording function, I take it?
Correct.
And a GPS function?
Correct.
Apart from those two, does it have any other functions to which you're aware?
No, that's the primary function of it. And it's designed, specifically for search and rescue if an aircraft goes down.
And is it a portable device, or is it embedded in the
It's embedded.
console?
It's in the console or wherever they decide to load it on the aircraft, but pretty much any fire aviation aircraft will have it so that you can do flight following of that aircraft.
I'll come back to that in a moment, if I may.
Yep.
Apart from that flight information, have you had regard to any other material since the preparation of your statement late last year?
No, not really.
Have you looked at anyone's operational logs, for example?
No, not really. Don't.
Not really, or no?
No, it's a no. Okay.
Thank you. Now, I just want to come, you set out in your statement your experience as an air attack supervisor.
Yep.
And you commenced in that role in about October 2006, correct?
End of September I commenced, yep.
And have you, since then, been performing that role continually?
Yes, I have.
To the present time?
So an air attack supervisor role is generally functions during the fire season in reaction to wildfires. Outside of the air attack roles, I'm a bird dog for the LATs,
Yes.
the large air tankers, which
Yes.
I'm sure you've heard of in this inquiry. Also in hazard reductions, I do a lot of hazard reduction work, aviation, air incendiary, and also I'm involved in air operations for aerial baiting, a whole range of stuff. So I'm actually reasonably active in aircraft throughout the whole year. But wildfires such as this, there's a wildfire season that we operate in those positions.
Now, moving to the latter part of 2019, no doubt you're aware, generally, but specifically as a park ranger,
Yep.
that there were a number of fires burning throughout the state of New South Wales in that second part of 2019.
Yep.
Did you have any involvement in any incident management team in relation to responding to the Gospers Mountain fire?
Yes.
And which IMT were you a part of?
I was working out of the Ralston subgroup, which is a sub-IMT, for the Gospers Mountain fire. So I was on that for about 3 to 4 weeks prior to coming across to Hawkesbury. So I'd been dealing quite extensively with the type of fire activity that we were experiencing in that very bad fire season over that side.
Pausing there.
Yep.
What was your role within
Air
the
attack
IMT? Air attack supervisor.
Yep.
Did you have any involvement in relation to planning as part of the Ralston IMT in response to the Gospers Mountain fire?
Right. All air attack supervisors will give feedback to the IMT and key positions on what they think is required to effectively contain fires, particularly in relation to life and property. If there's life and property at threat, we will have quite valued input into that area.
You're the air attack supervisor for about 3 weeks.
Yep.
Then if we move to sort of December
Yep.
of 2019, were you part of any IMT in the first half of December 2019?
In December itself, yeah. So I was, okay, can I just step back one?
Yep.
And I'll just give you a bit of information, then you'll obviously draw it out of me if it's not answering it correctly. So I kicked off fires in September, and I basically flew entirely as an air attack supervisor or a bird dog throughout that whole season up until February. So September to February. I started in on the Queensland border, and then as the fires came down New South Wales to the south, I was involved in all major fire operations that they assigned me to. Generally, they were big, complex fires. So I was seeing the fire behaviour that season was producing early on. Once I got to Blue Mountains, because I'm a Blue Mountains-based staff member, my director pretty much quarantined me into the Blue Mountains Theatre because that's the best effect for our particular area. So I worked with many IMTs over that season, and certainly Hawkesbury was one that I ended up at on this particular occasion.
Now, in terms of the Hawkesbury IMT, when was your first involvement in respect of the Hawkesbury IMT? 14th of December.
First day on shift over that side.
So I take it then that you had no involvement in relation to the planning of the backburn that was undertaken on the 14th of December.
Zero involvement. There was a,
Right, so you had no involvement
No.
in relation to the various factors that the IMT needed to consider as to whether or not they proceed with a backburn or not.
correct.
Your first involvement was on the 14th of December, and you were tasked as the air attack supervisor, correct?
Yep.
Now, by that stage, 14 December, had you worked with Mr. James Carter previously?
Yeah, I can't recollect ever working with James Carter on a one-on-one basis, but I move around many IMTs. We may have crossed paths in different roles, but no, I cannot recollect specifically where I've dealt with him, where I've either relayed information to him or he's relayed information to me. I'm not saying that's the case. I'm saying that I can't recollect on it.
What about Mr. Burley?
I have a long history with Craig Burley. We've been on many campaign fires together. I believe that we both understand one another's capabilities, and yeah, I've had a long involvement with Craig Burley.
And how would you describe that relationship, that long-standing relationship with Mr. Burley?
Okay. And what I would say is that, you know, when you go through the number of campaign fires that the both of us have, and we've been involved in various degrees, there's good communication, and regularly we exchange information so that we're on the same page as far as the operations go.
And did you know as at 14 December 2019 that Mr. Burley was also an air attack supervisor?
Yes, I did.
And had fulfilled the very role that you were fulfilling that day?
Yep. There was, just so it's clear, the Gospers Mountain Fire overall had a whole range of air attack supervisors, chopping and changing from different sectors as they had stand-down days and as we were required to operate. So I'm part of a state resource, as is Craig Burley, and other air attacks, and basically as you time out and you come back on and other people have timed out, they'll shift you. So in a lot of cases, you don't actually have a say on where you go. Next shift, this location. So that's what you do.
Now, how were you tasked to be the air attack supervisor on the 14th of December?
I was told that's where I was going.
And who told you that?
It would have been our resourcing officer within National Parks who would have got the request from the State Air Desk that a position be filled.
And do you know about what time you were informed? Were you informed on the evening of the 13th of December, or were you informed on the morning of the 14th?
I can't recollect, but stand-down days for National Parks air attacks is either 1 or 2 days. So it's possibly 2 days in that stand-down period on you or 1 day prior.
And what were you told you were required to do on the 14th?
Report to Hawkesbury Fire Control at a particular time to get a briefing for the day's operations. I did speak to one officer within National Parks prior to going down on that shift, who said that they were thinking about doing a backburn on Mount Wilson, but that's all I knew about it. So,
and what type of aircraft were you assigned?
I was operating out of a Squirrel Firebird 287.
Right. And who was the pilot?
I can't recollect, and without my notes, I wouldn't have the name of the pilot, but that could be easily chased up.
And where was that aircraft based?
It was at Wilberforce.
And what was your understanding of what you were going to do on that day?
Air attack supervisor.
And what does that entail?
Well, it primarily is operations with aircraft and supervising those aircraft. So those aircraft are safe and that they're tasked to undertake firefighting duties as per what type of aircraft that you've actually got at your disposal, and also what type of activity you're doing is through the briefing of the IMT. If you're attacking a wildfire outright, a flank fire, or you're supporting a backburning operation. So,
on this occasion, you were supporting a backburning
operation. Yep.
Now, in terms of communications, did you have a channel to the divisional commander, Mr. Carter?
Yes, I did.
And did you have comms to the divisional operations officer, Mr. Burley?
I was operating on one channel, and the communications were to both Mr. Burley and Mr. Carter on that channel.
And did you also have a channel to the IMT?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned earlier in your evidence, Mr. Banfi, that you went searching for your aviation notes.
Yep.
Do you have a memory today of completing aviation notes on the 14th of December?
I would look, every air attack supervisor, you get what's called an IAP, Incident Action Plan. We summarise key information out of it and we put it onto a knee pad. So I generally have a succinct list of all the communication channels, all the key people that you need to communicate with, all the aircraft that's at your disposal, and then you keep notes throughout the day. As far as key timings of when, say, the backburner went wrong or when they lit up and all that sort of stuff, I'm not actually required to keep those notes specifically to that. I have to keep notes of what aircraft I'm tasking for when they're going for fuel, who's on my fire ground, who I'm actually looking after. But we also now have the capability, and it's been for some time now, of the key personnel. We write down the phone numbers and we can actually ring them from the aircraft, right? So at times I need to do that as well.
You mentioned you were required to keep some information on a notepad.
Yep.
Why are you required to record that particular information?
To make sure that aircraft are safe and to make sure that you understand the IMT structure, who are the key people, and at times you need to communicate to those key people.
And at the end of a shift, what's the procedure in relation to what you do with those aviation notes?
Look, we generally keep those aviation notes, and I've certainly got my aviation notes going back to 2006, but for the life of me, I cannot find that 1 week period. So it may have been as simple as I was in transition, one notepad was full, I filed that, and then I haven't started another notepad or taken it on sheets of paper like this, for example, and then before I've got another notepad. It just happened to be that period. I think that's actually what happened.
Do you have a memory today of actually making notes on the 14th of December?
I always make notes. There would not be a day where I wouldn't take notes on particularly the aircraft and key personnel that I need to communicate with.
Wasn't quite my question.
Yep.
My question was, do you have a memory today
Yep.
of making notes on the 14th of December 2019?
I would have made notes on that day.
But you don't remember today making notes?
No, I would have taken. Yeah, I'm not quite sure.
With the greatest respect, Mr. Banfi, the use of the word would have
Yep.
rather suggests that you're speculating that you did.
I can 100% say I would have taken notes on the day.
Now, coming to the 14th, about what time did you end up over the fire ground where the backburn was to commence?
Probably by departure from Woodlands, I probably would have been up and over Woodlands, I'd say, over the fire ground, maybe about 8:30, I reckon, somewhere around there.
And do you deduce that by reference to the flight information at tab 89?
Yes, I do.
And by just looking at the takeoff time, I take it?
Yep. And then estimating the time, flight time to the fire ground.
And when you were initially over the fire ground, did you initiate communications with the Div Commander and the Div Operations Officer?
Affirm.
And at that time, in terms of the aerial observations, do you have any memory today of your first initial observations over the fire ground?
My first observations, any air attack supervisor will do a sum up as soon as they get over the fire ground. Right? So a sum up is you do at least a full circuit of it and you assess what the fire's doing, where the ground troops are, what the fuels are, what the smoke's doing. So you're doing a sum up of the whole situation.
Yes.
Yep, and then I would have, once I've got the sum up in my head and I've got it clear on what the picture is, even though this backburn went wrong, it was relatively simple to sum it up when I flew over it. It's not as if I was assessing, say, 20 kilometres of fire edge and where assets were in relation to that. So what I'm saying, it was relatively easy to sum it up by doing a one fly around that particular fire ground at the time.
And is that because it was a tight anchor point
Correct.
on the junction or the intersection of
Yes,
two roads?
and there was on probably three sides of that fire, there was clear, what we call clean air. Clean air is where there's no smoke impediment to you actually viewing what's going on.
Now, I'm going to ask you some questions, and if you don't remember, please say so. It's not an exercise in guessing.
Yep.
Now, Mr. Carter, who's the Div commander,
Yep.
had some scribes who took a log
Yep.
of various things that were happening throughout the course of the day.
Yep.
That doesn't surprise you, I take it?
Not at all.
Standard operating
Standard
procedure.
procedure. Yep.
The first recording that he has in his log from air attack, it's referred to as air attack E. Does that mean air attack east?
I assume so. Yeah.
Would that be you?
Possibly. Yep.
Is it 11:09?
Yep.
And it's recorded as get troops going up Mount Wilson Road, get more depth.
Yep.
When wind changes later, could Bell's Line of Road, depth could come up gully later. Does that spark any?
Okay.
Your Honour, I object to this question. Your Honour, the first reference to the air attack is at 10:05, not 11:09.
I'm happy for my learned friend to go back to 10:05, and I'm happy for my learned friend to go to 10:55. But
so
I just go back to 11:09. Withdraw the question that it was the first reference. The third reference, it seems, is at 11:09. Do you want me to read back what was said?
Oh, you can read back what was said.
And I'm happy for you to have a copy, Mr. Bamfy. It's in volume 13 behind tab 91.
It's okay if you read it out. I'm happy with that.
No, look, it might be easy if you've got it there to cite. As I said, it's
Could I just add something while that's coming across? It's not unusual for minor communications between me and a DivCom not to be recorded. So there's a possibility that we've had minor communications. But
I wasn't suggesting that what's recorded in this log is the sum total of all your communications with DivCom. And if I've conveyed that, I apologise. That's certainly not the purpose of the exercise.
Sorry, Mr. Castler, what was the reference for the?
It's tab 91, Your Honour, behind volume 13 and page 4011.
Yes.
All right. I do see the time, Your Honour, so.
Yes. We'll take the lunch adjournment, I'm sorry, I've just got started, and resume at 2 o'clock.
Thank you, Ron. Mr Bamfy, do you have open volume 13, tab 91 and some transcripts of Mr Carter's logbook in front of you? Can I take you back, if I could, to the entry for 1109? Do you have that open?
1109.
Page 4011.
4011. Yep, 4011.
If you go towards the top of the page, you'll see a number of columns. You see time 1109.
Correct.
Right, now, you'll see there that there's an entry in Mr Carter's log attributed to a communication between himself and you as the air attack supervisor. It reads, get troops going up Mount Wilson Road, get more depth. When wind changes later could, Bell's Line of Road, depth could come up gully later. Now, do you have a memory today of a communication along those lines or not?
Yes, I do.
And doing the best you can today, what were you seeking to convey to Mr Carter during that interaction?
Right, I was already observing that there was slight fluctuations in the wind change. Right, so wind doesn't change, just doesn't go from one to the other. You get these kind of little bit of shifts. When you start to see the shifts, you know that something's on the go, right? So I was expecting the wind to change earlier than what was predicted from the southwest. And because of the burn up Bells Line of Road, I was extremely concerned that that fire may actually turn around, outflank what was happening on the Mount Wilson Road. So my intent was to convey the urgency to actually get some depth off the road.
Off Mount Wilson Road?
Off the Mount Wilson Road. If that fire did behave that particular way, that it wouldn't run up the road really heavily because there was a backburn with sufficient depth to slow and to actually reduce the amount of spotting over the road. And the other point is that in my mind, it's always about life and property. So firefighters on a road that could potentially have a fire running at them is a dangerous situation.
If I take you to the next entry, accepting that it's not an entry between yourself and Mr Carter, but I want you to assume that October refers to October sector leader, it's 1112, heard air attack message, going as fast as possible, a few slow patches at the moment. Does that rather suggest that they understood that they needed to move things along?
Yes, that's what it indicates.
Now, if I could then ask you to go to 1139, please, about halfway down. Again, you'll see that there's a log entry relating to an interaction between yourself and Mr Carter, and it reads, progress up Mount Wilson good, right pace, burn going well, spotting. Do you have a memory of that communication?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
Okay, so spotting is a bad thing in firegrounds. And as an air attack supervisor and air observer, you're trained to read fire. That's what we do. That's our primary skill. And where the fire was from the backburn, there was from the air, which may not have been seen from the ground, I was starting to see minor spotting around the edges of it. And also to see the odd flare-up. Now, when I say flare-up, that means that you're getting laddering of the fire into the canopy. So straight away, that's not an alarm, but it's a watch it and notify that that's what's actually occurring.
When you refer to minor spotting, are you referring to short-range spotting?
Okay, in this case, the spotting is not outside of the box of what we're trying to burn. It's spotting that's on the backburn itself creeping down, that's throwing, it's getting a little bit active, not angry, but active, and you'll get minor spots coming off the edges, and then you're going, okay, there's spotting occurring on that. So if it runs around on itself, you have potential for spotting to go across the road.
Yeah. Is it fair to say, based on your recollection of what's contained within the note that at that time the burn, that is the back burn, was going well
Well, if I've said it, yes, it
in
was.
terms of its progression?
Yep.
And that in terms of the concerns that you may have had in relation to the pace of the October sector burn along Mount Wilson Road, they'd caught that up and they were now at the right pace.
Yes.
And that progress up Mount Wilson Road was good.
Okay, can I just clarify that for you? So the pace of the backburn has picked up in this case, and I'm satisfied that they're moving quicker. Overall, my observations were that I was unsatisfied with the amount of light up that was on the Bells Line of Road and its potential, and hence they needed to move along so that they didn't get outflanked if the wind kicked in at a particular pace from the wrong direction.
Just on that, on average, when you're in the helicopter,
Yep.
what altitude above ground level are you on average orbiting?
Right, it always depends on the amount of smoke in the area, if you've got aircraft that are actively bombing, etc. Right, so in this case, I'm pretty much the only aircraft circuiting over it, so I would have been quite low level, in good air with good visibility of what was going on.
Moving down, if I may, to 1200.
Yep.
There's a notation there attributed to a communication between yourself and Mr. Carter. 2 helitax plus 1 Firebird at disposal. Staff to move back from Buoy Wall. Additional unit free sent south and west. Do you have a memory of that communication?
No, I don't.
Does that suggest to you that at that point in time that there were 2 helitax available?
Yes, definitely.
And you don't know what the reference to staff to move back from Buoy Wall may be referring to?
It could potentially have been that if we needed to kick them into action and they needed to start using the Buoy Wall for taking water, that I wanted the vehicles to move away so they're not impeding any of the action at the Buoy Wall. So I'm not sure. I'm just saying that's what I speculate from that.
Do you remember today what size the Buoy Wall was? Okay. Over the page, please, Mr. Banfi, to the time entry 1217, and this may need to be read with the entry at 1220. You see all aircraft in place, 296 helitac patrolling both backburns, continue down Bells Line of Road in a westerly direction, heading back to Katoomba Airfield for fuel, back about 1300.
Yep.
Remember that?
Yes.
And at that point in time, do you have a memory now of what the backburn was doing in terms of its behaviour?
It was picking up, definitely. And so the scenario there is that basically I've put a roving aircraft to tackle any problems that occur outside of the box.
That's 296.
296. Right, so when I say outside of the box, a problem outside of what we're trying to do,
Yes.
I would have deputized.
Pausing there, when you're referring to outside the box, you mean the containment lines being
Correct.
Bells Line of Road
Yep.
and Mount Wilson Road.
Correct.
All right, so you've arranged for someone to patrol outside the box.
Yeah, they patrol back and forth. It's what we call deputising. So we deputise a pilot to do a particular task while we're off scene. So that person can start to make decisions also, if need be, to call other aircraft, right? And it's a common practice for when there's no supervisor with the other aircraft.
And if I can just ask you to read quietly to yourself the entry at 1220. Does that confirm that you had the helitac 296 in place to monitor?
Yep.
The relevant channel was TG44.
Yep.
And was that channel, that is TG44, direct to the DivCom, or?
I'm assuming that was the channel to talk to the DivCom.
And you see that your aircraft at about 12:20 or thereabouts is heading back to Katoomba to refuel.
Yes, correct.
Right. Then there's a blank entry at 12:56. I'll step over that. Sorry, 12:56. You're back on scene.
Yep.
And then at that point in time, when you've returned from that refueling from Katoomba, do you have a memory of how the fire was behaving at that point in time?
No, I don't. I will add, throughout the day, right, as we're getting later in the day and the humidity levels dropping and the temperatures coming up, the activity is increasing. It's at a steady pace. It's not on such times we get winds from the wrong direction where it really starts to do its thing.
I'm coming to that.
Yep.
And if I miss it, please let me know. 1335, there's a communication but no entry. Do you remember what may have been said or what you may have observed over the fire ground at about 1:30?
No, I don't.
Right. Then at 13:59, you'll see an entry there. We'll have 3 machines operating, was very high, but as it has now subsided, should not cross Mount Wilson Road. Now, this is at about 2 o'clock.
Yep.
Do you have a memory of what the fire was doing at that point in time?
Yeah, I do actually have a very clear memory of this particular section. So, at the anchor point where the Mount Wilson Road met the Bells Line Road,
Yes.
the back burner had progressed the most down. There's pretty much a gully that intersects the two sectors, or the two boundaries. And the gully ran down.
Yes.
And what happened is what we'd earlier predicted. Some of it had come down into the gully. It was converging with the back burn that was coming down off the Mount Wilson Road. We were getting flaring, which was causing some crowning and spotting in that area. But it was cranky. At this time, it was cranky. And when I say cranky, unpredictable fire behaviour, and you need to watch it really carefully.
What was the weather doing at that point? Had it changed direction?
Yes, it already had.
And you know, at about this time, how long had it changed?
I would say that it had changed over a 2-hour period, but now it was distinctly coming from the southwest.
And had it picked up?
Yes, it had picked up. I wouldn't say it was crazily picked up, but it had picked up. And wherever you had this converging situation happening, you'd get major flare-up of the flame activity.
Was it gusting to your memory?
No, not gusting.
And did you have in your aircraft any instruments to read weather?
No.
Right. So you don't know what the relative humidity's?
Low.
Right. And how did you know it was low?
The whole season it was low. It was,
Right.
uncomfortably low.
Okay. Now, at some point, did you make a decision to land your craft?
Yes.
All right. And do you know today when that may have been?
Not the exact time, right, but it was certainly probably after this when it was starting to really kick in, convergence occurring. And are you asking me about now landing or why I made the decision?
No, I'm just one at a time.
Yep.
You made a decision to land.
Yep.
You're not sure the time, but around this time,
Yep.
2 p.m. or thereabouts.
Yep.
Where did you land the craft?
I looked for the easiest place to land the aircraft that was safe to firefighters on the ground. We did have a lot of tankers on the Bells Line Road, and there wasn't a close locality where I could land on the road that, because sometimes you get vehicles moving at a fairly high speed, firefighting vehicles along lines, and it's a dangerous thing for a helicopter if they haven't got good visual of it or they don't know it's there. So I looked for a place to land that wasn't on the road, but it was close enough that the DivCom could get across to me.
And where was that?
It was on a hill just south of the Bells Line Road, easy walking distance of the road up to where we landed.
And was it west of the corner between Bells Line Road and
Yes.
Mount Wilson?
Yes, it was.
And why did you take the step to land your craft?
At this point in time, and I've thought a lot about this, right? At this point in time, I believed we were going to lose it. I did not see that we could hold it, all right? That's my own opinion, and I needed to convey this to the ground troops, and I needed to make sure that the message was clear that I've got concerns with it now, and particularly that we needed to move along the Bells Line Road. And I was also looking at, pinch points where, when I say pinch point, potential problem areas where it could cross the road. There was also a funny chain of command, IMTs, and my my position in who I communicate to. So in this circumstance, I should be talking just to the DivCom or the DivCom's assistant if the DivCom is busy on communications. Mr. Burley spoke to me a number of times. I assume, I don't know, but I assume that Mr. Carter was busy with what he has to do, and it's a very busy position. So I took the initiative to land so that I had a face-to-face with the two most critical people on the fire ground, and particularly the person that I need to communicate with, who was the DivCom. And that's what I did.
And you spoke to Mr. Carter?
Yes.
And when you spoke to Mr. Carter, was Mr. Burley present?
Yes.
And did you convey to them what you've just said now in relation to what you were seeing from the air and your concerns about losing the backburn?
Look, the situation is, as professional firefighters, you need to be calm at all times, and particularly under these situations, right? So if I land and I talk to them, I'm trying to calm my language so that nobody goes into a dither or a panic, right? And you have to do this with IMTs all the time, because the way you convey messaging can often cause problems. So you have to be really neutral, really succinct, and to the point. So I would have said, you've got to get a move on. This has the potential to go around. We've had some minor flare-ups in there. Wind direction has now changed, etc., etc.
Now, I take you don't remember exactly today what you said in direct speech and what they may have said in response.
No, I think, look, I heard Mr. Burley talk yesterday, and he said it's about getting all on the same page. It may have been Mr. Carter, actually, sorry, about all getting on the same page. That's a very common terminology between firefighters, whether they're volunteers or professionals, that you get on the same page. This is what we're doing, and this is why we're going to do it. Right, so we were getting on the same page about what was going on in the fireground.
When you left that face-to-face, was it your impression at the very least that you as a group of three were on the same page?
Yes.
As part of that interaction, Mr. Banfi, between yourself and Mr. Carter and Mr. Burley, do you have a memory today that they accepted what you said because they'd already noticed the change in the behaviour of the fire as well?
Yeah, yes, I believe so. And just going back to long-term relationships, Mr. Burley and myself have a long relationship, and it helps with the communication. Mr. Carter, I have not got a long fighting relationship with. Yep.
And have you got a sense today how long that conversation may have taken?
Hard to say.
Fairly short, I imagine.
Well, I've got to get back in the air. They've got to get back to the fire ground. They need to be sure that the correct information, because there would have been radio communications trying to contact them. There would have been radio communications trying to contact me. Short, sharp, precise, on the same page, back to our duties.
Can I ask you to locate volume 12, please, Mr. Banfi? And I'll take you back into tab 89, page 3889, which is the flight information, which we went to earlier in your evidence.
Tab 89 and...
Yes, 3889.
Yep.
Now, you've looked at this before today, correct?
Yes.
Part way down, do you see...
Small writing.
Yeah, I agree. You see event type in one column says landing, then label landing 3, and then time 14:16:43. Do you see that?
14:16:43. Yep.
And then start location town unknown.
Yep.
And then there are some latitude and longitude coordinates, and then below that row, the time, the takeoff, which is takeoff 4, the time's 14:23:34.
Yep.
And the location's unknown.
Yep.
Based on your experience and your consideration of this flight information, is it your opinion that that's probably when you landed the aircraft just south of Bell's Line of Road on the 14th of December 2019 to have your conversation with Mr. Carter and Mr. Burley?
Certainly the time frame between landing and takeoff would be conducive to say, yes, that was when we had the conversation. because it's short, sharp, and, you know, like you land, get the information out, go. And so,
It's about a 7-minute
yep,
turnaround.
yeah, it's possible.
And in terms of that time of day, does that also sit, given what you've seen in Mr Carter's log, does the time of around 14:16 also sit well with you in terms of what you were seeing in
The
the air?
overall picture, yes.
Now, can I just ask you to have a look at the latitude and longitude coordinates, please, for those two entries? You'll see that there's the latitude coordinates are identical, negative 33.539, but seems to be an error for the longitudinal coordinates.
Yeah, it's not much of an error. That's the pinging, and
Now,
yeah, the same location.
what I want to do is just show you on screen now where those coordinates land. If you read the second longitude coordinate as negative 150.328, and I'll just have that brought up if I could, and I've got hard copies that can be handed to my learned friends as well. Can you hand out those, please? It's coming up. There with me, Mr. Banff. What it shows is, consistent with your evidence, is that the aircraft was landed just south of the Bells Line of Road, west of the corner of Bells Line of Road and Mount Wilson Road. It's the Google Earth map. Ignore the other map that's there. You'll see in the bottom right-hand corner on the screen. You might have a screen right in front of you, Mr. Banfi, that's easier. You'll see where there's a blue pinpoint. I assume that's Mount Wilson Road. The yellow, right, is the Bells Line of Road, and you see that red pinpoint?
That is conducive to where I think we landed, right?
Thank you. Now, whilst I've got you thinking about flight information, can I just ask you to go back to that information, please, at page 3889. And would I be correct in assuming that FB287, your aircraft, took off from Mayfield West and then landed at Wilberforce? And would that have been when you were picked up at Wilberforce?
Yes, it would have been.
Right. And that your craft, FB287, has taken off from Wilberforce at about 9:48?
Yeah, that'd be right. That'd be right.
Now,
Without, you know, yeah, that'd probably be right. That's after I've done the briefing for all the pilots.
and in fairness to you, if I could ask you to go back into Mr. Carter's transcribed
Whereabouts is that again?
logbook. That's the volume 13. Thank you. To tab 91.
Yep.
Page 4010.
4010, yep.
And at least the first entry in Mr. Carter's log, noting a communication with yourself as a 10:05.
Yep.
And what's recorded there, setting up buoy wall at Mount Wilson.
Yep.
Would that, about that time, be consistent with when you would have first arrived over the fireground, given the flight time from Wilberforce?
Yep.
And is it fair to say that you've radioed to DivCom that the buoy wall's being set up for use for aircraft over the fireground?
Yes.
Now, going back into those logs to page 4013, to the entry at 14:21. Now, The entry is start build up steam on Mount Wilson Road, crews staying ahead. Could this communication have occurred just before you've landed and been recorded subsequently? That is, there's a time delay perhaps between
Probably a time delay.
the communication and the scribing.
It's the scribing, I'd say.
Now, what does that entry say to you, at least?
The entry as it reads,
Yeah.
start build up steam on Mount Wilson Road, which means that the fire's getting active. All right. Crews staying ahead. Basically, the crews are ahead of it at this point in time. And, you know, T29, H15, southwest gusts forward 15.
That's unlikely to be from you.
That's not from me at all.
That's why I asked you that question earlier.
That cannot possibly be from me because I'm not reading those things in an aircraft.
Thank you. All right. Now, after you've landed, had the conversation with Mr. Carter and Mr. Burley, and you've taken off again, do you have a memory of what was happening after that conversation whilst you're back in the air?
Very close monitoring on my behalf, that's a given. And I would have been doing as tight a possible circles around potential problem areas as possible.
Was visibility becoming a problem for you?
To the east of Mount Wilson Road, I would have been flying in the good air and pulling up short of where the smoke was laying over the road, basically.
Do you have a memory today of seeing the spot over, the initial spot over on the eastern side of Mount Wilson Road?
No, the first I heard of it was a report from the ground. I held aircraft off while I could go in. I did a drop-down manoeuvre, which is I entered poor visibility zone of smoke to try and locate it, and then to work out what I could possibly do from the air. What I recollect doing was then moving out of the smoke and assigning an aircraft to go in. But because of the poor visibility, it was only safe for one aircraft to get in at a time. That's not to say that I wasn't using more than one aircraft. So what we do is
Were you calling them in?
I would have called them in, yeah. So what would have happened was I would have bugged out of the situation. So when I say bug out, I would have moved out of the spot over the road, out into clean air. I would have organised one aircraft to go in and do its drop. I probably had another aircraft waiting to go. When it enters the clear air and there's good visibility and it's safe for the next aircraft, they go in. That is the likely scenario of what actually occurred there, yeah.
And just to round things off, at page 4014, there's an entry at 1454 where it's recorded, well and truly entrenched, 2 other heli-tacs coming, don't think can hold now. Now, to you, does that mean that the fire's on the eastern side of Mount Wilson Road and can't be held?
Which one are you talking about? This
1454.
Oh, 54, okay. Well and truly entrenched. I'm telling the DivCom, I'm not sure if we can hold it.
Is that the backburn or is that the spotting?
I would say that would be the spotting. That would be my assumption of that communication.
And when I'm using the word spotting, that's the spotting on the eastern side of Mount Wilson Road.
Outside the box.
Yeah. And then 2 other heli-tacs coming. Is that consistent with your memory and some of your evidence that you've just given that you've had?
Likely.
Some aerial resources coming through?
Okay, so in these situations, we kind of operate on a military framework in that whatever we hit, we use over as much force as we can and knock down as quick as possible. And it's exactly the same with firefighting. So we'll authorise as many aircraft as we can possibly get into a zone to leapfrog one another when it's safe to try and hit what we're trying to stop.
And then finally, so far as the log's concerned, there may be some other questions from others about the log, but 1506, it's recorded not good, running at speed, doubt can do anything with it, about 1k east of Mount Wilson Road, running along ridgeline to Mount Wilson, get crews at Mount Wilson into property protection and then at 15:19, he's safe to bring street to Mount Wilson, can't see her holding for blacking out. Now, by 1500, is it fair to say that it's taken a run on that eastern side of Mount Wilson Road?
Yes.
That crews need to be falling back, and to the extent that they can, a defensive strategy for life and property protection around Mount Wilson.
Correct. So really that's, obviously you've heard the evidence from Mr Carter and Mr Burley. They would have assigned ground crews to try and round up the spot over. I would have done my best to get aircraft in there safely, and that's a bit of a procedure when there's heavy smoke, as I said, for good visibility, basically. And at that point, I'm pretty much telling them we can't stop it now, right? It's running, so we now need to look at life and property. And in this situation, it's going to run towards Mount Wilson. We need to be starting to think about property protection now.
Just in relation, if I could, Mr Banfi, to the early stages of the development of the spot over on the eastern side,
Yep.
Do you have a memory of aircraft getting into bucket that spotting early on?
Yeah, there was one pilot, I can't remember which aircraft it was. There was one pilot that was pretty keen. It was a New Zealander who I hadn't flown with before, and I did use him a number of times. He seemed very confident in the way that he was undertaking his activity. I remember distinctly going in, and there was 3 spot overs very close to one another. So from the ground, it probably appeared that it was one spot over, but it was 3 closely burning patches that then would have converged into one angry bit.
And throughout the course of the afternoon and early evening, do you have a memory of whether you were able to call in a LAT or not?
I can't remember actually using LATs on that first day. That's not to say it didn't happen. It's possible when I went for fuel down to Wilberforce that I think John Gabor came in. He was an air observer on the broader picture. When I say the broader picture, the whole Gospers Mountain fire and the whole theatre of operations. I believe that he came in and relieved while I went down to Wilberforce. So there's a possibility a LAT could have come in at that time, but I can't remember directing any LAT for a gel drop, retardant drop, etc.
And do I understand the evidence correctly that the next day you're back in the air performing the same role as an air attack supervisor?
Yes. And at this stage, obviously there's been the goings on up in Wilson. There's lots of talk in the IMT in the morning about, checking it all out. But the reality of when I got up into the theatre, Wilson was pretty much smoked out. Bowen Creek, there was lots of stuff down in Bowen Creek. It was inevitably that it was going to pop out and potentially then run at the Bells Liner Road between Tomar and, get across there and into the Gross Valley and then sweep up into Tomar itself. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Castleton. Mr Searle.
I'm waiting. Mr Banfi, in relation to your statement, which is at tab 80, page 15, you make some comments, paragraph 15, page 3701, you make some comments about the weather report given at the morning IMT. Can you outline what your concerns were about the weather?
Okay. I've just got to build a picture before I go into the actual detail of that.
Yep.
So the season was crazy, right? It was crazy, right? I distinctly remember coming back from one fire and my branch manager pulling me in the office and he said, "How was it?" And I said, "It's taking 6 aircraft to do what I would normally do with 2, right?" So I'm just establishing that the fuels and everything were off the Richter scale as far as dryness, etc. So when I saw that weather report first thing in the morning and it was given, yes, it was conducive first thing in the morning to doing the backburn, but even having the suggestion of a southwesterly on it at any time of the day was a red flag for me. After the morning briefing, I spoke to the operations officer, the planning officer, and I also spoke to the lady that was doing the special weather forecast. Yep. And then I went into briefings after that before I went out to the fire ground.
Okay, so when you talk about the weather forecast, is that the one from the Bureau of Meteorology?
I assume the special weather forecaster has access to, special weather from the Bureau of Meteorology, but they do a much more detailed analysis of the situation.
Okay, might I show the witness page 4058 from one of Mr. Carter's statements? I've just got a page here just to see whether this is the document, whether he has seen this document before.
Yep,
Does that look like the document?
potentially, yes.
Okay. You don't have perfect recall and you didn't keep a copy?
No, I do have recall of looking at it and going, that's a red flag. All my pilots need to be fully aware of this situation and that there is potential pressure for the fire to get outside of the backburn area, and that we need to deal with it succinctly and aggressively, right? So given the conditions of that season, it's definitely a red flag for me.
Okay. Now, I don't know whether you were in court during Mr. Carter's evidence, but he gave evidence about the weather forecasts being done on a gridded system using Bureau of Meteorology information and producing a different weather report to the one you've got.
Yep.
Are you familiar with that way of doing things?
I'm familiar with the academics of it. I believe Mr. Carter is does fire prediction, so he has a much better understanding of these situations. I just need to be told what the weather's doing for the day with some accuracy, so that I know what to expect through my operations.
Okay, and that was, as far as you can recall, that was the weather report given to you at the IMT briefing?
Yes.
Were there any other weather reports referred to as far as you can recall?
Look, there's big briefings, and then you seek out the key people that you need to get information from. I did seek out the weather forecaster in that IMT.
Okay, and was that a Jessica Wells? Do you remember?
Do not remember what the lady's name was, but yes, it was a female. So.
Okay, and did you have a conversation with her, or did you seek further details?
I would have had a conversation with her, probably fairly brief, but it would have been just clarifying, what's the accuracy of this, that sort of thing.
Okay, and do you recall whether you were shown any other weather documents or just?
No. Okay. It would have been a straight conversation, so that I had the correct information for when I was going out.
Okay. Now, in relation to your paragraph 23 of the same statement, can you just talk us through why you felt it was important to have air support operational while implementing a large-scale backburning strategy?
Sorry, say that again.
Paragraph 23 and 24 of your statement. Yeah. Just ask you to step us through why you felt why you had that concern. Why was it important that there be air support in place?
Okay. Right.
I guess to be fair, 23 and 24 sort of go together.
Okay. All right. So, in my opinion, right, given the weather conditions and given the fuel conditions, the expected winds, all the rest of it, right, I've considered this to be very high risk.
Okay.
Yep.
And because of your understanding about the state of the weather as you understood it?
Well, it's not just the state of the weather, it's the state of how the whole entire New South Wales was. And look, I was on many big IMTs and many big fires prior to going to the Gospers Mountain fire. Mm-hmm. I'd say 90% of standard strategies that we employ failed. Yes, we had some wins, but they were all minor wins. There was no, we had some minor wins on some of the fires, but that was about it.
Okay. And this was drawing on your experience of weather, not just in the Blue Mountains area or the Hawkesbury area, but what you had observed occurring across the state. Is that your evidence? Okay. Can I ask that the witness be shown MFIB, which is the submission from the affected residents.
This one.
And can I ask you to turn to page 70?
Okay, I've got page 70.
70, and at the top it says Appendix 17, and it's what appears to be a radio transcript.
Yep.
And I just ask you to have a read of the first tranche, as it were.
Yep. Yes.
Does that reflect your recollection of a conversation you had with Mr. Craig Burley?
I'd say yes, it would be in places, yeah.
Okay. And
So-
do you have an independent recollection of that conversation, or
Right.
you know you had a conversation?
I would have had conversations, but look, I just need to clarify because I'm not quite sure the understanding of people about fire, right? So you might have a fire ground and I might be observing 12-metre flame heights in one spot of it. It's not the whole fire ground, but I'm relaying that to the people who need to know. I've just observed this, right? So I'm not saying the whole fire ground was crazy at 12 metres at that particular time. So there was potentially a crowning situation internally at that point.
Okay, but as far as you can recollect, that seems like a conversation you recall having with Mr. Burley?
Possibly, yes.
Okay. And could I ask you now to turn to page 83? Again, and just ask you to have a look at this transcript to see whether or not you recall a conversation of this kind occurring between yourself and Mr. Craig Burley, and whether you are Air Attack East. This,
Yep.
The 15th.
on the 15th, yeah, this is,
1508.
yeah,
And on 15th.
and it says it's on the 15th.
No, it would have been. Yeah, no, I can't recollect. You know, like it was obviously running up towards Wilson on the 14th. And the 15th, you know, there was still significant fire going around the slopes to the eastern side of Wilson, above Bowen Creek. So that's 100%, that was the 15th of December?
My understanding.
Yep, okay.
I'll ask you now to look to turn to page 60. And again, if you don't know the answers to any of the questions, it's titled Appendix 7. It's an emergency warning. I'm just asking you to assume that the document is what it represents, and just look at the timestamp, 14 December 2019, at about 4:19 and 4:57. And just at the first one, it talks about Gospers Mountain. In the highlighted section, it says the fire is moving in a northeasterly direction towards Mount Wilson. Was the Gospers Mountain wildfire in the northeasterly section in relation to Mount Wilson? And was the back burning to the south?
The back burning was to the south of Mount Wilson.
Okay.
Yep.
Do you recall where the Gospers Mountain wildfire was in relation to the town?
Nowhere near the town.
Okay. Okay. Your Honour, those are my questions.
Thank you. Mr. Newton.
I guess, Your Honour, just in terms of, on the afternoon of I'll draw that. You've just had your attention drawn to a warning that appears to have gone out at about 20 past 4 or 4:19 on the 14th of December, so the afternoon of the 14th of December.
Yep.
It is right, is it not, that the risk to Mount Wilson at that time was from a fire travelling from the southwest in a northeasterly direction towards Mount Wilson?
Yes, that's correct.
So in terms of warning people within Mount Wilson, of where the risk was coming, it was from a fire travelling in a northeasterly direction towards Mount Wilson.
Yeah, pretty much, yep.
And indeed, there was fire burning across the Mount Wilson Road at that time, so that in terms of leaving Mount Wilson, it was in fact too late at that time, was it not?
Probably. So when it was all running towards Mount Wilson, you're talking about an incredibly smoky situation, all right? So aircraft visibility and aircraft ability to get into Wilson was pretty much eliminated. I could stay to the south of it and to the west of it, right? But because of the nature of it, it went through smoke to the east, through smoke to the north. So I'm getting intermediate snapshots of what's going on. So in some cases, the ground crews would have had a better understanding than what I would have.
I see. And just while we're focusing on that time period, could you go to or Mr. Carter's log, and in particular at
Which volume and
I don't know the volume. It's tab
Volume 13, tab
90. Yeah, thank you.
91.
And it's at page 4014. Can you see there at the bottom of the page, there's the 519 entry, and there's, it seems to be that it says, is safe to bring ST to Mount Wilson, can't see, holding in black. You see that entry?
Yep.
Would it be right to say that it's likely that what you were saying, it's safe to bring the strike team to Mount Wilson at that point?
Possibly.
And so they would, in order to get to Mount Wilson, they had to travel up the Mount Wilson Road. So
Yep.
you were conveying, it's likely, isn't it, you were conveying to the DivCom that,
It's a
from your observation.
contradictory entry, because it said can't see, holding in black, right? Which means I can't see. I'm holding in the black and such time as I can see.
So maybe it's a question, is it safe to bring the strike team to Mount Wilson? And your response was, you can't see.
Can't see. I'm holding in the black.
I see.
Or hold them in the black.
Yeah.
But don't forget these log entries. It's, you've got a person that's trying to capture the essence very quickly of what's being said, and there's lots of communications, right? So this is not a fault of the person entering it. There's more information to it, so.
Yeah, so the person doing the log is attempting in real time to capture information, but it's impossible for them to do a transcript of what's happening. It has to be a summary which captures hopefully the essence of the conversation.
Right. So can I just expand on that with this entry?
Yes.
Air attack supervisor. This is probably a message to me. Is it safe for us to take a strike team up to Mount Wilson? And I would probably be saying, can't see, too much smoke, over the road, I'm holding back, and you need to hold the crews back until you can confirm that you can get safe access up to Mount Wilson. That's how I would probably see what that message was about.
And just developing something you said earlier, you're someone you're above the fire ground, you have particular pieces of intelligence which you're feeding back to decision makers down on the fire ground, is that right?
And back to the IMT.
And so you're one source of information for them to make decision making, and that's what you're trying to facilitate there.
If you have clean air, you can make very precise decisions for the ground crews. If you've got dirty air or you've got blackout conditions, then you inform them that you can't advise them on it. Yep.
Now, just in terms of, you've given some information about, you were the air attack supervisor. Just so I understand it, there were a number of planes that were at your disposal to respond to the Mount Wilson I would draw that. There were a number of helicopters at your disposal to respond to the Mount Wilson backburn, is that right? And your role, as I understand it, was to go to the Mount Wilson backburn, make observations, and then coordinate the aviation response to that backburn.
Yep.
And in some ways, you're like a in the air traffic controller, is that right?
Yes. The way I would term it for the people that understand fire is that you're really an aerial divcom. So you're using all your aircraft to do particular jobs and tasking. But as an air attack supervisor, I'm working very closely with the divcom that we both have the same understanding of what the priorities are and how we're working together to achieve the common objective.
So in some, from what you're saying, there was as I understand it, and correct me if I'm wrong, there was an October sector which was on the Mount Wilson Road. There was a Dalpura sector which was on the Bells line of road, and then there was effectively an aerial sector, and you were the sector commander of the aerial sector.
Yeah, no, you wouldn't call it a sector, but yes, I'm in charge of what happens in the air over those sectors. Yep.
But feeding back into the DivCom and essentially assisting the coordinated effort to put in this Mount Wilson backburn.
Yep.
And so it's right then, your role as part of the response to the Mount Wilson backburn, and indeed the air operations, was something which had been planned and was in place at the time the backburn was commenced at around 10 o'clock. Would you accept that?
Yes.
And then it's in terms of the aviation resources, is it right that they then, I would draw that, if we come back to Mr. Carter's log again, which, have you got that in front of you? It's behind tab 90. Just if we can go to the first page of that, I think, which is 410. Just go to the 1005 entry in the air attack setting up buoy wall at Mount Wilson. Can you see that?
No, I can't. What page is it? In tab
4010, 4010.
010. And what was the time?
At 10:05.
Yep. Setting up buoy wall at Mount Wilson. Yep.
So that's, is it right that there are people on the ground setting up the buoy wall and that's an observation you're making from the air?
No, that could be, it's possibly, I don't remember the exact communication. It's possibly the ground telling me buoy wall's being set up at Mount Wilson.
I see. But as part of your role, though, you need to understand where the water sources are for the helicopters.
Yes, I do.
And so that whether it's you conveying information to the ground or the ground conveying the information up, it was part of your obtaining situational awareness about where your aviation resources could fill up.
And with buoy walls, so they're supplying water for my operations, or the aviation operations. I shouldn't say my operations, aviation operations. So the ground crews have to keep the water up to it. As we use it, it depletes. So the DivCom is responsible for having a crew keeping the water up to the helicopters.
I see.
Yep.
And then if you go to the 1055 entry, and there it says, appears to be pre-position on Mount Wilson, no AI for approximately 2 hours, 2 machines at Mount Wilson.
Yep.
Does that mean that at about 5 to 11, that there were 2 machines on the ground at Mount Wilson waiting to be deployed?
That's my understanding of that, but I don't recollect this communique.
But if one assumes that that's correct, then it most likely means there were 2 machines on the ground, and at that point you hadn't formed a view that it was necessary to utilise them.
Correct. That's how I would read that.
Yes. And so the fire behaviour that you were observing at that time was, from your perspective, not requiring bucketing in order to slow the fire down.
Correct.
And in terms of the AI, is that a reference to aerial incendiaries? And does that mean that at least that there was a thought that at some time you might drop aerial incendiaries in order to deepen the backburn?
It's not my recollection, but that's not to say that it could have been part of the planning.
But in terms of someone conveying information, in terms of a communication that you were having with the ground, if there was someone saying no AI for 2 hours, is it likely that that was information coming from you, or would that be information coming from the DivCom?
It'd be from the DivCom, I'd say.
I see.
Can I just clarify something with you there?
Yes.
So even though this was a backburn that was going in, right, we were required to get depth on the Mount Wilson Road if we were going to hold it.
Yes.
Right? So even though it was misbehaving and cranky at times and then it was building, the priority was to try and get depth so that it didn't get itself outflanked and then run across the spot. The strategy failed, but that's how it would have rolled on the time, right?
Yes.
So I wouldn't have been allocating aircraft to cool the backburn down because I was wanting to get the backburn in, as was Mr. Burley and Mr. Carter as well.
But at the same time, if at that time you had concerns that the backburn could jump out of the box, which is an expression you'd be saying,
Yep.
you'd want to have the helicopters with buckets
Ready.
essentially ready to go
Yep.
to jump on it.
Correct.
And so if you were worried at that time that there was a chance of it spotting out of the box then it's likely you would have had helicopters in the air.
At 1100 hours, I wouldn't have had major concerns that we were going to lose it at that time, but I was watching its behaviour.
And so in terms of lighting this burn, well, firstly, I think one thing that you raise in your statement is that you think it's appropriate before lighting a burn that there's a test burn. Is it? You've listened to Mr. Carter and Mr. Burley's evidence.
Not all of it. I've listened to part of both. Yeah.
I see. But do you now understand that there was in fact a test burn?
I accept that. I didn't see a test burn myself.
Okay. So that now that you accept that, that's at least one. To the extent you had some concerns, that's a concern you accept is no longer one that you need worry about.
Correct.
And then, in terms of the morning briefing, you went, as I understand it, you went to Wilberforce and the incident management team.
Hawkesbury Fire Control.
And you spoke to a number of people, as you've explained in your evidence.
Right. So generally there's a briefing, and the unit heads, there's a number of key positions in the IMT. They give their briefing, they go through, and there's a background session on how it's led up to where it is. Then the IMT, the different heads, talk about the different things that they need to do and what the day's operations are. Pretty much when you're a new person walking into that environment, you have nothing to add, right? You just sit there, you listen to all of the heads, you absorb, and then you take a mental note to yourself. Okay, I need to check in with that person, need to check in with that person, need to check in with that person, don't need to do that, so. And it's not until really the end of the first day where you as an air attack officer walk back into that IMT and feed information. This is what I saw, this is how it behaved, this is probably what we need to do, these are the options, what resources have we got at our disposal. So you then become, enmeshed in the IMT yourself. But first day on shift, no, it's a totally listening and absorbing process.
No, but you talk about the weather that you understood was to be the weather on the fire ground. That, as I understand, in your statement, you talk about it being a southwesterly wind. That's what you, and I think that was something which caused you to raise your level of alert or something to that effect. But I'm just, that your recollection about what weather you learned, that's something you did without the benefit of looking at forecasts or your notes, and you were recalling that 2 years after the event or something. That's right.
It was a red flag. It was in the briefing that was given what the weather forecast was going to be that day. So I've taken that information. And as I said before, I spoke to the weather person after the morning briefing. When I go out to the airbase and then give my briefing to all of the pilots on their tasking for the day, I've got to be very clear and concise on what the expected conditions are going to be.
See, but we've heard some evidence about what the gridded forecast was for the Bells line of road. Did you hear Mr. Carter
No,
giving evidence about that?
I haven't heard that, no.
But you have said that as a fire behaviour analyst, he'd have more understanding of that, of the weather and the information that one gets from the Bureau of Meteorology in terms of forecasting and that type of thing. So if his evidence is that the weather for the day was essentially gentle, or I'm paraphrasing, but relatively light winds travelling from the southeast to the northwest until about 4 p.m. You'd accept that was a favourable wind to put in a backburn off Mount Wilson Road?
Yeah, early on the day, I accepted that was a possibility, given the season. No, I don't.
But I'm just talking about the forecast though.
Yep.
of a wind going from the southeast to the northwest. That was a favourable wind for a backburn going off Mount Wilson Road. Do you accept that?
Well, when it's coming from the southeast, it's okay.
And
It's coming from the southwest or any other direction to the west or northwest. No, it's not favourable.
no. So to the extent that you had that you were concerned about the southwest wind.
Yep.
Was it your understanding when you wrote the statement that the wind was from the southwest all day, or that it was?
It wasn't all day, but as I said, when I first got over the fire ground, it was favourable. But then you started to notice little chops and changes, right? And then it started moving around to the unfavourable.
What I'm asking about is you give some evidence about what you learnt at the briefing,
Yep.
and you talk about being concerned about that.
Yep.
Do you accept now that what you learnt at the briefing was that there was a southwest wind at some point later in the day?
Correct.
And you don't now have a recollection about when that southwest wind was to come in, but it was at some point later in the day.
Some point later in the day, but as it proved on the day, it came in earlier than I think most people anticipated from the southwest.
But in terms of what in fact the forecast was that people were relying on, the most accurate thing would be just to look at the forecast they had. Do you accept that?
Looked at the forecast that was presented to me, yes.
And you don't recall now what piece of paper was presented to you?
I actually think it was similar to that, right?
I think what you said was you used the word would have, and you've used that a number of times in your evidence today.
Yep.
So is it not the case that you have experience over many days of being an air attack supervisor? That's right, isn't it?
Yep.
And you have an understanding of what generally occurs when you're an air attack supervisor. That's right.
Correct.
And so when you use the word would have, you're making an assumption about what occurred based on your experience over many fires. Is that right? But you do not have a specific memory of how the weather information was conveyed to you on the morning of the 14th of December.
No, it was in the IMT, and that's why I sought out. It was an IMT briefing, general briefing, right? So you're seeing there, general briefing. There's some winds going to be from the southwest, right? That's why I sought out the fire person, the lady that was there, and just to double check, and she confirmed it with me.
So, as I understand what you're saying, it was what you received was an oral briefing, then you received an oral confirmation.
Correct.
So you're now doing the best. You're giving evidence of the best you can of what was said to you orally on the 14th of December 2019.
Correct.
And in terms of, in fact, what was the forecast, you'd have to accept, would you not, that the most accurate thing to do would just be to look at what was on a forecast in writing at the time.
Yep. Yes. Keep saying yep. I should be saying yes.
No, it's all right. I think we all do that. Just in terms of undertaking a backburn at night versus the day,
Yep.
It's right, is it not, that if one undertakes a backburn at night, then the opportunity to have aircraft available to put out any spot over that might occur during the night, that there is no opportunity for that. Is that correct?
Correct.
So that if the backburn had occurred at night, then essentially it would have to be done without any aviation support.
Correct, but there's also advantages to doing backburns at night. I'm not suggesting that this needed to be done at night. I'm saying that there had a possibility of other options.
Yes. So and the advantages are that, as a general proposition, the weather at night is more benign than the weather during the day.
And that particular fire season, because of the dryness of the fuels and the temperatures during the day, you had greater possibility of managing the fire in a successful way.
But it's true, is it not, that in that particular fire season there was some extraordinary fire behaviour at night?
Yeah, certainly. That's correct in places. Yeah. I wouldn't say every night, but yeah, there was lots of reports of exceptional fire behaviour that we hadn't seen before, but you would say that was the case 24 hours a day. It wasn't just at night time. There was exceptional fire behaviour throughout that whole fire season.
And it was a season where experienced firefighters experienced things that they had never experienced before. Would you accept that?
Yeah, I accept that.
And so it was a season where there were just extraordinary challenges in terms of how to respond to fires and what was the best things to do.
Look, there's one thing I've been hoping that people would have drawn out of me by now, was that the whole of the state, right, had fire. Every operational theatre had reduced resources. Now, that story that I told about when my branch director called me in early in the season, he said, what was it like? I said, it's taken me 6 aircraft to do what 2 aircraft done. Any fire operations we were undertaking, it was crazy fire behaviour. But we didn't have the resources. We had less resources than what we'd normally do on every fire season because we had so many fires. Like aviation-wise, I could have done with 20 aircraft at times and I might get 4. That's what we were dealing with across the state. And hence, when I say we needed to be more precautionary on everything we did because we didn't have the resources to effectively manage what we were dealing with. It's not a criticism of anybody, it was the reality of where we were at.
And that would similarly apply, though, when an uncontrolled wildfire ran into a community, then the resources available for property protection would be similarly constrained. And so the outcome of that occurring would be worse than it might otherwise be if it was the one fire in the landscape and you could concentrate the resources of the state on it.
I accept that.
Your Honour, whilst my friend's collecting his thoughts, can I just make this point? The next witness is unavailable tomorrow. Yes. I don't know whether the next witness has any availability beyond Thursday. And I'm just conscious, I am conscious of the time.
Yes.
And I'm indebted to my friend, and I think that with that reminder, I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Newton. Ms. Single, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honour.
And nothing arising, no re-examination.
I have no further questions for Mr. Bamfy.
Thanks very much, Mr. Bamford.
Thank you.
Your Honour, the next witness, which Mr. Wilcox will be taking, is Daniel Jazanix. Whilst he's coming to the witness box, can I tender, please, the Google satellite map that was shown to Mr. Bamfy in terms of the location of the landing of his aircraft at about 2:16 p.m. on the 14th of December 2019.
Yes, thank you. I understand that's Exhibit 70.
And, Your Honour, whilst we're waiting for the next witness to arrive, it may be that Your Honour may need to contemplate stopwatch orders if we're to complete this witness's evidence.
We can't have a lot of time left, so if everyone can just bear that in mind, that Just short, sharp questions, get to the point very quickly so we can finish with this witness. We must
Call
be
Daniel
dealt with today.
Gazanix.
Sorry, Mr Wilcox.
I call Mr. Gazanix.
Thank you.
Silence, please. Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say, I do.
I do.
Have a seat. Thank you, Mr Gazanix.
Would you please state your full name?
Daniel Scott Gazanix.
And what is your occupation and professional address?
It's the Hills District Fire Control Centre, 1A Angus Road, Kenthurst.
You provided a statement to the inquiry dated 1 November 2022, correct?
That's correct.
Are there any corrections you wish to make to the statement?
Yes, there is.
All right, if you could please take us through those corrections.
So paragraph 7, which has my resource list. There's a couple of trucks, appliances missing from my from that, which is written in my log.
Just before we get there, for those following, it's volume 11, tab 78 is Mr. Gazanix's statement. And you're at paragraph 7 and you're referring then to your log. Your log is annexed at page 3630 in the document behind that is DG2.
Yeah.
All right, so what's missing from the log?
So the appliance Maruda South 1 is not in my statement, which should be. And also Ingleside, I think it was Ingleside 1, I'm not sure. We were given that appliance when we were there. And from my scribe, what she's written here, CNC, which would be a coal and candle appliance.
All right, and just on that point, when you say you're a scribe, so this logbook we're looking at, was that written by someone under your direction?
That's correct.
All right, and that's on the 14th of December 2019?
That's correct.
All right, so returning to your statement, are there any other corrections you wish to make?
One more.
Yes?
Paragraph 15.
Yes?
I just want, just to clarify, where it says that I took the photographs which I supplied. The photographs were taken by my scribe for me, not by myself.
All right, so that's taken by the scribe, and those photographs were next to your statement.
Yes.
Do you know what time each of those photographs were taken?
No.
So it's an approximation
That's
based on
correct.
your statement.
Yep.
And it's the case, isn't it, that your independent recollection of the events of 14 December 2019 is rather limited due to the time?
Yes.
And your recollection was limited at the time that you prepared the statement late last year?
Yes.
And so if you relied principally on the logbook taken by the scribe in preparing your statement?
That's correct.
All right. Can you briefly, all right, I'll move then to the 14th of December 2019. You've indicated what resources were available, and your role was then the leader of the Hills strike team and a swing shift.
That's correct.
On that day.
Yep.
You've said at paragraph 9 of your statement you arrived around 1200 hours.
Mm-hmm.
That's at the anchor point of Mount Wilson Road and Bells Line of Road.
Yes.
Could it have been a bit later?
It could have been, yes.
All right, because 1200 isn't included in your logbook.
Yeah, that's right. So we were from my scribe, the 1422 would be when we were positioned
To implement.
to our task. Yep.
Yes. But then if I can, do you have in front of you a volume 13, a folder, or one's coming? If you can just turn up tab 91 on that. 91, thank you. Just have a look at that. Is that a logbook transcription for Mr. Carter of the RFS?
Mr. Carter, yep.
All right, and if you go then to an entry at 12:30, which should be, just one moment, 1228 on page 4012.
Yep.
And you see there the name call sign is Hills Strike Team,
Yes.
and the detail is on way from Bilpin to Mount Wilson Road.
Yes.
So does that convey to you that you communicated to Mr. Carter or his scribe that you were on your way from Bilpin to the anchor point at that time?
My recollection would be that we most likely stopped at the Bilpin town hall, or there was a hall there which a lot of the briefings were done at. So we must have been travelling from there to Mount Wilson Road.
So you didn't arrive at Mount Wilson Road till at least 1228, maybe 1230?
Probably, yeah. Yep.
And then if we move to page 4, it's still the same page, but the entry at 1331,
Yes.
there's an entry from HFCCC, that's Hawkesbury Fire Control Centre, and the detail is all strike teams on site and tasked.
Yes.
So do you take that to mean by 1:31 you'd received the briefing and were ready to?
Look, at a guess, yes. I know we were briefed at the corner of Mount Wilson Road and Bellsliner Road. There was a command post there. We were briefed. That's where our crews and myself were given our briefing. We then, once I got my crews together, we moved down Mount Wilson Road, and we stopped at there was like a kink in the road, and we waited there for a little bit of time before moving further down.
In terms of the first briefing you've then described, was that with the divisional commander?
I'm not sure. It was by someone from the INT, but I'm not sure.
Someone from the INT. Was it a male?
Yes.
All right. And do you remember the content of that briefing, what the exact job of your team was to do?
Was to assist with backburning operations.
All right. Do you remember any further detail as to how exactly the backburn was to be implemented, or?
By spotlighting.
Yes.
And then observe the fire conditions.
All right. And do you remember being told, or were you told, that the only lighting you were to do was to stay ahead of the fire as it moved northwards, so that if it ran up the hill, there was nowhere for it to go?
No.
You don't have the specific memory?
So we were told to, the briefing at Mount Wilson and Bellsliner Road, we were told to meet up with the Mount Wilson captain, which was a female, and she would tell us where she was up to, and we were to take over burning from where they were. When I went down to her, she told me to, basically we had to continue lighting, but to do it safely, watch for spotting and ensure we stayed ahead of the fire coming across.
And the fire coming across from where?
On the other side of the gully.
The other sector?
Yeah.
All right. You referred to the first briefing with the gentleman from the INT as a reasonably quick briefing in your statement, that's right?
Yeah, so 10 minutes.
All right.
So we were given some mapping and the IAP and stuff.
And did you read the IAP?
Yes.
Um,
That was also given to our crews.
All right. Were you designated the October South sector leader? Do you remember?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Were you under the command of a sector leader called Mr. Ellison? Do you remember?
I don't know who it was. However, there were two either sector leaders or a DivCom mobile on that stretch of road at various times.
So you don't remember the names of any of the...
No, and my scribe hasn't written them down. They're in two separate vehicles.
So you started implementing or taking over the backburn at about 2:20 p.m, is that right?
That's correct.
And did anyone tell you at any point that the progression of the backburn you were implementing was too fast?
No.
All right. And was your team implementing spot ignition?
Yes.
Did anyone tell you or your team that the flame height was getting out of hand?
No.
And did anyone tell you or your team that the staggered light pattern was not being followed?
No.
And do you remember what the conditions were around 2:22 when your team started continuing the backburn?
Quite benign to start with. And that's probably why I submitted a number of my photos you can see during the lighting at the start, with the smoke, etc. It's quite mild.
Going back to those photos, so they were taken approximately around the time that your team started continuing the backburn, is that right?
Yes.
Do you remember the wind direction at the time?
No.
So the next point is at 2:37, your scribe noted that the fire was coming across spells of line of road faster than you could light. Is that right? Looking at paragraph 16 and 17 of your statement.
Yes, that's correct.
And turning then to, if I can take you to page 3630, being, which is your logbook. Do you have a copy of your log handy?
Yep.
All right, if you bring that up to the entry at 1440.
Yes,
It says there, does it no guarantee of VLAT?
that's correct.
And and I can't read the rest, but property protection in Wallandilly.
So we requested 1437. She's got here where our AC required. I've requested an aircraft. We won't hold if the fire is not slowed down. Now that looks like that was conveyed to the Bell. Yep. And then the response was no guarantee of a LAT, as it was tasked to property protection in Willandilly.
All right. And then when you were saying then at your statement around 237, requested air support but not available.
Yep.
When you said air support there, did you mean a
Water
LAT or
bombing
a VLAT? Sorry?
Water bombing aircraft.
All right, so that includes helicopter, bucket.
Well, I think the size of the fire that was coming, you probably needed a little bit more than a helicopter.
Yes, so you're talking there more of a large or very large.
Yep.
tanker.
We'd take anything, to be honest.
Yes. And then moving to 1444, there was the fire had jumped Mount Wilson Road East, reported by Glen Orry, but was initially contained. Is that right?
Yeah, so a single spot fire near the Glen Orry appliance, which was contained. That's correct.
All right. And then the next entry in your log is 1445 S/F, so spot fire reported by the Box Hill team.
Yes.
And the outcome of that was that spot couldn't be contained due to the terrain.
So Anna Grove 7 responding. 1447, they could hear crackling in the bush.
Yes. So it's the case then at around 1445, 1447, a spot fire had taken hold east of Mount Wilson Road and wasn't able to be shut down by the...
Crews went in, however, with so much unburnt country, it was too dangerous.
All right. And
Staying there.
then moving to 1450, there were reports of multiple spots.
Yes.
And again, requesting air support, but none available.
Yes.
And there was you requested urgent air support, or you said urgent air support was required at that time.
Yep.
And again, by air support, you meant substantial air support by way of large or very large.
Some sort of bucketing, water bombing aircraft, yes.
Yes. So by that stage, about 10 to 3 o'clock, was it your view that the containment had been lost irretrievably of the backburn to the east of Mount Wilson Road?
By 3 o'clock?
By 10 to 3?
10 to 3, well, we were getting multiple spots, yes.
Yes, and by 3 o'clock, certainly?
Well, it was, but it was more the front that came over. It wasn't the spots, it was the front that came through and over the top.
And where had the front come from?
From the gully, I would assume.
At some stage, you said an IMT officer told your crews to get out. Is that correct?
Yeah, so I was with one of the IMT. We were on a part of Mount Wilson Road. There were some power lines there. I've spoken to a number of the IMT a couple of times on Mount Wilson Road, and then I met with one of them. We were standing in like a power line easement, having a look back into the gully. And that was at one point, and then at one point we noticed the fire was definitely coming, and he told me to get my crews out straight away.
All right. And you mentioned that he told you to tell your crews to leave in the direction the trucks were facing.
No, that was my.
That's what you said.
I said that to my crews. Leave. Cause there was no time. There wasn't enough time to turn around a heavy tanker in that space with the smoke log and the type of road it was.
Yes.
So basically, it was go whichever way you're facing, and we'll regroup as we could.
All right. And after that, command was given, your team headed, when it could, into Mount Wilson town to affect property protection around the
It
windstorm.
did, yeah. Part of it came, and then the rest caught up later because they couldn't get through Mount Wilson Road for some time.
Yes. And your team finished up around 10 or 11 p.m. that night, is that right?
Yes.
Excuse me. No. Thank you, Rona.
Thank you. Ms. Single. Mr. Searle.
Just wanted to ask one or two quick questions. When you said that the problem around 1447 wasn't so much the spots, it was the front?
Yep.
Is that the front of the backburn?
I'm not the front of the fire that came from the gully. Where the fire come from, I'm not sure.
So would it be your evidence that regardless of the spotting, the fire had crossed the road anyway?
The spots had crossed the road, yes.
And those are my questions.
Yes, thank you.
No questions, Your Honour.
Thanks very much.
That's it?
Yes. Scott.
Finishing Mr. Khan.
Well, actually, there's more time. Your Honour, that concludes the evidence for today. I'm grateful to my learned friends for cutting through. There's one witness tomorrow, which is Ms. Rains, and then on Friday, the independent expert, Mr. Jeff Conway, and then Mr. McKechnie.
Thank you. We'll adjourn and resume at 10 a.m. tomorrow.